sisters. Y'all share this room. Let's see if our sisters are coming here and see what they got to say. Let's conversate, man. Right. So ping, ping, ping. Share the room. There's over 34 people in here and just 13 shares. So let's share it some more, y'all. Let's get this conversation going. The best thing to share it to is to Clubhouse. So you share it to Clubhouse enough, you're definitely gonna get, you know, a good amount of response from our community that's inside the Clubhouse. Do the so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American women have the leadership of their community, man? And I see this out of all the tribes, you know, or like, you know, back in the days, GAD, the so-called Native American man, woman, and child, their leaders of their community used to be the chiefs, if I'm not mistaken, right, y'all? The leader of their communities used to be the chiefs, but now when I'm on the gram, it seems like their number one activists and the number one people that they have negotiating with Esau is their women now. And not only their women, it seems like it's mostly sometimes their young women too. Like I'm gonna start hitting up these Native American activist women, and I'm about to start asking them, "Who's your chief? Where's your chief? Can I speak to your chief?" You know what I'm saying? That feminism, that you know, divide and conquer mentality, that Willie Lynch mentality, yeah, it's very strong right now amongst our people. Period. Y'all share this room. Ping, ping, ping. Share, share, share. I'm copying the link right now so I can throw it on every platform I got. It's about to get thrown on the Twitter. Let's see if somebody wants to tweet about it, speak about it. Kwame Yasharala. Let's talk about it, my people. This conversation is going to be had out of straight love, you know what I'm saying? Definitely got love for my people, man. Elder Torah in the building, Shalom.
Shalom.
See, the room chat is open. And let's not get it twisted, man. We love the daughters of Zion. So I'm about to make that my first hashtag, right? I'm gonna make it love the daughters of Zion. Elder Torah, what's going on? Hashtag that, y'all. Love the daughters of Zion. That's gonna be the hashtag for the day. See, but I love the daughters of Zion so much, I won't allow the enemy to use her as a weapon against herself.
Shalom, King, shalom.
Wow.
Revelations 3 and 19, as many as loved, I rebuke. Be
Uh,
zealous for the law.
uh, as many as I love, I rebuke. Elder came through with the quick sword. God, love the daughters of Zion. Hashtag that. Hell, share the room and put that hashtag. Love the daughters of Zion. We gonna talk about it though, right? Look at that picture, damn. Like just her next to that Edomite in the picture, it looks creepy as hell, man.
Con.
It looks creepy, man. It looks weird. I could never understand it. You know what I'm saying? When Jake take a picture next to she saw, it looks weird and creepy too, but it looks extra creepy when Eve does it. Like everything in the picture just looks forced. I wonder what Sister Brooklyn has to say about this. I just pinged her. Does she think the black woman is the head of the community? Is she down with the swirl? Has she ever heard of this? Can damn Kenjia? They already made a hashtag out of her name. That's why I hashtagged it right there. KBJ. And like we still under that white supremacy so hard that we supposed to be hyped over, oh, the first black woman judge of Supreme Court. It's 2022, homie. Like we still supposed to be hype off that first black this and first black that. Like is that the crumbs y'all eating off the table? Is that the crumbs that y'all eating off the floor that fell off the table? Is that what y'all really doing for real still? Y'all still doing that? My friend Ricky, man, my brother. You there?
Con.
Yo, why is our people still hyped off of that? The first black woman this or the first black man that stuff. Why are we still hype off that?
Uh, Content is just, I, man, listen, I have no answer. I don't know, man. There's nothing seems to amaze me right now with our people. I just shake my head to it when I look at it. I don't know about
Now I gotta figure this one out, man. For real, for real. Like first and foremost, right? Your whole judicial system and your whole civilization was built off of our culture anyway. Like Esau, you're the first, right? Of your what you're doing. This is the first establishment that these Edomites had that even lasted this long. The Roman Empire didn't last that long, right? Where my historians at? Like, how long did the Roman Empire actually last, right? And before the Roman Empire, the Greek Empire is when the first, I should say, real Edomite Empire emerged. Other than that, every other empire was heavily controlled by melanated people, especially Israelites. We had our empire already. We had the kingdom with David and the kingdom with Solomon. And when it comes to judges, we had Deborah, right? So this old quote unquote Supreme Court thing should be nothing. Like we should look at this as like, a tui. You know what I'm saying? Something you could spit on. but they trying to make us like, feed us those crumbs off the table where it's like, what I'm saying? Like, oh, the first black woman to da da da.
You get, I mean, I get 27 BC, Roman Empire established, 193 AD. You gotta like add up the numbers. 193 AD. Septimius Severus took half of it down, and you get about 410 AD. And the Germanian tribes under Attila the Hunt and these other what they call barbarians finally took it down about 410, 476 AD. So it lasted a little, it had a little run. It did have a little run. That was, remember, that's that fourth beast the Lord talked about. So they was going to put it in that dreadful kingdom.
But let's say roughly it didn't last no more than 500 years, right?
27 BC, 193. Well, really 410. Yeah, about that. 476 BC. Yeah.
Right. So remember, America didn't start, when we went to slavery. We went to slavery and we built up America. You know what I'm saying? So America is technically like what, 200 or something, 300 years? How old is America? You know what I'm saying? This is a very short lived empire, man. So what?
Right. They just seem long, but they're not really that old if you're looking at history wise. You know what I mean? Even remember the British Empire was short, very short. It really Revelations break that down. How it should continue a short space, that seven kingdom. And America is that eight kingdom that came from that seven. So yeah, that you know what I mean? But America, yeah, they not really that it just seems long, long though. Because we under that oppression.
Khan, hey, Shalom, Elder Yabashim Yasharakadab. Yeah, I think America is about 244 years old, I think. What was it, 1776? I think that's when it was established.
Con 1776, 244, maybe 245, 246 now.
Like, come on, and they trying to front like there was never any black woman that was a judge ever. Like, this is the first time ever. You know what I'm saying? Like we was really some monkeys in the bush or something like that. That's why people should be offended. You know what I'm saying? You mean first black judge, for Supreme Court judge of America, but then what is America? You know, like our people can't be, so easily pleased with these crumbs that fall off the table, man. It's actually us as the children of Israel that's supposed to get the bread and feed them the crumbs, man. We got to get out of that mentality. But yeah, welcome to the stage, Atazawam, Shalom, King.
Shalom, shalom, kaya malakim. Shawapa Ari, Torah, great elders, great teachers.
Man, Shalom, King. Yeah, it's just something else, man. Right? But we gonna start the discussion soon. Make sure y'all ping people to the room. Right? All praises to the Most High. I'm getting these messages in the back chat. I'm about to check them out. Okay, Khan. Hey, like I said, it's an open discussion too. You know what I'm saying? This is an open discussion too. This is not an echo chamber. You know what I'm saying? If y'all feel like the black woman should be, the head of the community because right now she's in a position of power, or, right now she's earning the most. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people to say that too. That right now, the black woman is getting higher paid jobs than the black man, and she's bringing in the income. Whatever your perspective is, let's talk about it, man. Let's talk about it as brothers and sisters. Let's talk about it as a community. And this is a biblical platform, so those scriptures are going to come out. Above all, this is a kosher breakfast. We have, current events and political topics and things you might find in the secular world. But at the end of the day, this is a kosher breakfast. It's a biblical platform, a spiritual platform. Con. So, we could call on this first scripture. I'll ask the brother Revolutionary Warfare to pull. All right, so let's get this first scripture right quick. Let me get Jeremiah 31 and 22, King. Baba Kashaw. Let me get Jeremiah 31 and 22.
God. This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 31 and verse 22. How long wilt thou go about, O thou backsliding daughter? For the Lord hath created a new thing in the earth. A woman shall compass a man.
All right, a woman shall compass a man. A woman shall be what? Ahead of a man, right? And this is not talking about strength or wisdom, but we're talking about society standards. Nowadays in this society, women compass men, right? It's the Bible prophecy that would happen, right? Everything that's going on you can find in the scriptures because never on earth where you had the world's leaders being propelled to be women, right? Never on earth at this, what I'm saying, at this rate, at this height, the feminism movement was at an all-time high, especially amongst us as a people. Amongst the Israelites, we always knew that men were the head. Even when you get into the story of Deborah in the Bible, she really made no moves without Barak. Like Barak was the one really making the moves. She was getting the intel from the Most High, and then having to relay it through her husband or Barak. So you know like for a woman to really lead like that was never part of our culture, but it was prophesied that in the day shall come where society will regard our women over us. Khan?
Con.
Con. But we also know it's only a temporary situation, as it was prophesied, who the Diaba give the planet to. That's Romans 9:24. So we know how our women have been able to compass us. The Edomites, they've given them a vast amount of liberties and amenities, which would make them have a sense of superiority over the man. It's all in an attempt to destroy masculinity, but we all know that 1/3 of us actually understand the song of the Most High, and 2/3 don't. That's also prophecy too.
Khan. And we do give our women credit. Like I said, today's hashtag is love the daughters of Zion. We do give our women credit because during this affliction and oppression and destruction of our nation and household, man, it put a lot of pressure on them. Put a whole lot of pressure on them. Seeing their husbands raped, right? Because remember that buck breaking, the buck breaking happened in front of them, right in front of their eyes. Seeing their husbands get raped, seeing their sons get raped, them being raped. You know what I'm saying? Their daughters snatched for them, sold into sex trafficking, which they called slavery back then. They called it just commerce. You know what I'm saying? That was just trade. Their daughters being sold into sex trafficking, them feeling like they had no protection. You know what I'm saying? They babies getting fed to alligators. Like they really went through a lot in this captivity. And it kind of messed up their mental health. It had them feel like they had to be men and they had to be leaders, but it was never meant to be so. That was just punishment from the Most High. And when it's time to for them to step down and you know allow the men to take on that burden that they was trying to take on and be the head and be the leaders, it's kind of like they traumatized now. So definitely, I want to hear from our sisters today and get their perspective, because I want to know who this Kent Gina is. Keep on mispronouncing her name. I gotta say it like 80 times to get it right. But the quote unquote new nominee for the Supreme Court, KBJ, saying with the Edomite husband. Let's see what she's really about, man. And why is it that they're trying to how can I say this? Exalt, right? Why they're trying to exalt the so-called black woman to the forefront of our communities.
Well, we all know that they showcase us to be the face of their uh, their schemes, and who better? Our people are the most influential on the planet. So, of course, Shah or slash Edom, Idumea, is going to use our women. I mean, three of the prominent women leaders all have Edomite husbands, and more than likely those are Amalekites.
Kind of quick precept, elder.
Huh.
Ecclesiasticus 38 and verse 33. Ecclesiasticus chapter 38 and verse 33. They shall not be sought for in public council, nor sit high in the congregation. They shall not sit on the judge's seat, nor understand the sentence of judgment. They cannot declare justice and judgment, and they shall not be found where parables are spoken. Verse 34. But they will maintain the state of the world, and all their desire is in the work of their craft. As just pertaining to these wicked judges that get put on, put on the Supreme Court. Last year we had, or a couple years ago, we had that Amy Coney Barrett, Trump's person. Now Biden just putting in his person that's gonna do their will. They're not judging according to the Lord's statutes and commandments as set forth and as it is written. Thus saith the Lord. So they're doing this according to their own crafty counsel, and it's really sad to see. I'm looking at her now. She trying to explain herself on some questions that the Republican senators is asking her, but really it's really just according to their own crafty counsel that they're gonna put this lady in who be letting pedophiles get off early.
Right, Salakia. Yeah, a lot of times with these so-called black judges and leaders, a lot of them has been vetted thoroughly, right? They've been really, really vetted to make sure that they part of, they have that boule mindset, right? That they basically are for them. All right. This is why when you hear certain brothers like, like Tamario and all the brothers, when they talk about how we can elect leaders to, either be in the judge's position, mayors, governors, or even the president, if they've not been vetted through, right, they're not gonna let them sit anywhere on none of those seats, man. And if you go up there, even if you pretend and act like you for them, and you get up there, right, what's gonna happen is if you try to decide to say, you know what, I'm in a leadership role now. Now I can really start taking care of my people and helping them. They're going to get you out of there, right? They're gonna find a way to get you out of there, whether it's they'll go as far as killing you to make sure that you don't do anything that they did not approve for you to do. So so when we speak about separating ourselves and not even dealing with this system, we understand what the system we're dealing with, right? You're not dealing with a righteous society. They're not fair in anything that they do, right? They're very biased when it comes to dealing with certain situation when it's dealing with their own people. So these are things that we understand, and even if you try to get any type of leadership role in their society, you're very limited in what you can do. You cannot go up there with a radical mindset or talking about you just for your own people, or and stuff like that. It's just not gonna work. So, but yeah, I yield with that. Hey, Shalom, sis. Welcome to the stage. What you got to add to the topic?
Shalom, shalom. So I was just gonna, cause I was not aware of that, like the fact that she was allowing, she was very lenient to, pedophiles and sex offenders. Yikes, that's really disgusting. But I kind of there was a general conversation about, is it cool to have a black woman on the Supreme Court? Sure. Is it likely that she's actually gonna do something? Probably not. You know, that was like that was an overall conversation. But you did bring up an interesting thing about the black boulet. So I guess I had a question about that because you were saying like they're heavily vetted and stuff like that. So I'm just wondering, do these people come from certain family lines? Like, how do they? I guess what I'm asking is, how do they discover these people? Is it like a thing where like they're marked since birth, or is it? Yeah, I guess that's what I'm asking because I feel like for roles like the presidency and high positions like the Supreme Court and stuff like that, I don't think that just I don't think anyone can just do that. And I do think you have to. There's certain things that is out of a lot of people's control that dictates whether you get there or not. But I'm just curious, like how early did they pick and select these people?
You have to consider spot checking, young sister. These Edomites are diabolically clever. They'll work us through the school system, through their essays and things like that, to see who would really fit their agenda. We've taken this into serious consideration as far as how they work their system, especially through the public schools, because they're not going to teach us about our history. So who can they brainwash the most into following their agenda? You know, they'll put us through their colleges and their universities and initiate us through their fraternities and sororities. Who stands for them on the left hand side, and who stands for our people, our culture on the right hand, and that's pretty much how they work their scheme.
That's interesting that you brought that up because I was talking to like my mentor or whatever. Now I mean, I think his sons are like solid, decent guys or whatever. But as I was talking to him, something interesting came up, and because both of his sons attended Ivy League. But I guess so. Basically, what he was saying, when it came to like his sons and like all the other kids that are, kind of like him, basically, so like his sons were always scoring extremely high on standardized testing. Testing that was required for like most students to take within the school system. And because of like their extremely high scores, them and a couple of other students, they would whenever the Ivy Leagues or like those really really elite institutions, like when they would come to my state and stuff like that, they would actually schedule like private meetings with those students. So like even though he attended Duke and all of that, like went through the general admissions process, Duke was already recruiting him like with by the time he was like a sophomore in high school, and a lot of those like private events that they had and stuff like that, those weren't the regular recruiting events that they had for like just the general students. So I mean that's just like a minor example of how like they do keep in track of like students' performances in public schools and stuff. So I don't think what you're saying is out of reach at all. It's interesting though.
Right, real quick, sis. I do have an article up there right now. And it does talk about how she deviated from like a lot of the federal sentencing guidelines in favor of the porn offender. All right, so you guys can read that. It talks about that a little bit. I can get a couple more articles on that. But this is what we're talking about. We can learn a lot from Adam and Eve in the garden, right? There's so much into that breakdown and story, man, right? That we can learn so much from. A lot of our sisters, when they offer them this position, and some of our brothers too, like we were saying, they've vetted them, they've checked their history. Like Shaw Paul was bringing up earlier with creepy Joe Biden, we can see why he will nominate someone like this to go to the Supreme Court, right? Um, so we got to pay attention to these leaders that they keep, so-called black leaders that they keep putting in these positions. They're not there for us. They're not going to do anything. Like Clarence Thomas, he hasn't done nothing for our people, right? And a lot of it is because they've checked their history, right? And I'll say this, and some of y'all might be mad at me about this, right? Some of them come from immigrant background, right? And a lot of our people, sad to say, in the islands and some parts of the world that are Israelites, are really heavy sellouts when it comes to this types of way of thinking, man. When they come to the Americas, when they come here to America, this is like heaven to them, and they keep forgetting that we are the same people here, right? Our brothers and sisters in the islands, in Jamaica and other places in the islands, they come here and just sell the hell out, right? For these other nations, man. So but yeah, this is pretty sad. I will be putting some more articles, and again, this is not to go, attack our sisters. All right, what we're trying to do here is trying to show that we need to come together as a nation together, right? We need to separate together from this society, right? Because these are the things that they do, right? The scripture says a gift destroyeth the heart, right? They'll show you things like this. And like Child Paul brought up earlier, when are we going to get out of that whole, the first black bull crap, man? Right? That's nothing special. It's nothing to be happy about. It's nothing to be excited about. That's old, and we should be snapping out of that by now. But our people still think that's something special because you got the first black this and the first black that, right? That don't mean nothing if they're not doing anything for their own people. If they put in place there to only um help the other nations and the other people, it's ridiculous. But I yield with that.
What you said makes a
Uh,
lot of sense, Malak. That's in reference to First Maccabees 1:11 and 11:21.
con, con. Yeah, Ari. No, it's what it is, Ari. You know what I mean. I come from immigrant family household. You know what I mean, by way of Jamaica. So I understand exactly the dynamics. See these. There's a saying, man. People from the island, they come with bloodthirst in their eyes, and they got this narrated or whatever that they've been told that Judah is lazy, so they feel like they're gonna take advantage of this opportunity. But after years and years, even with the Jamaicans, they start to see the game. They start to see the trick that the white man has played on them. You know what I mean? So, like you read in Revelation 6, and you check in the horsemen, and you understand the four horsemen, and you understand when it says, it calls people to hunger and did these things as far as destroying their land. This is what the white man does. He destroys their land. He destroys them, and then this is what happens. They come here thinking, well, they lack opportunity because the islands is so rough. Even though the islands got all the minerals and resources, but the white man and Britain and these other groups of Edomites, the seven heads, is stealing from it. So they lack opportunity. So now they come here and they got this desire to get so-called educated in the white man's system, and they believe that they're better than everybody else because they've been educated in the white man system. And that's where you get. That's what you got. That's where you get this attitude from. You know what I mean? We're gonna come here and we're gonna make it. We're gonna come here and we're gonna make it. This Yankee boy is lazy. I don't know if y'all heard me because the app kicked me out for a second. Did y'all hear everything I said?
Yeah, we heard you, Elder. We heard you.
Yeah, Yankee boy is lazy, so we're gonna come here with bloodthirst in our eyes, and we're gonna take advantage of the opportunity that America got for us, and we're gonna go to school with nothing wrong with it, but then don't come here and disrespect Judah and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because it's all a setup. Because that's what you end up being, a carbon copy of the white man. You know what I mean? You start to talk like him, you walk like him, you act like him. You want his woman and all that type of stuff. So you just get trained in the college ways to be a damn sellout and a carbon copy of the white man. And that's what it is. And most of these college students, they just go, they cheat on their tests. They go, they party, they drink, they have wild sex. It's just all part of Babylon indoctrinating you with this foolishness.
Khan, that's his mentality. Esau's is, as far as dealing with our people and their wicked system, is assimilate or annihilate.
Hey, welcome, Chief, to the stage. Shalom, Chief Ephraim.
Hey, Shalom, Chief.
Shalom, Chief.
Yeah, shalom, shalom to all Barakwa. Yeah, I'm just listening right now, Kings. Woke up to another mess of these damn dogs, man. It's crazy. Shalom.
Hey, is that why you had the outfit on your picture before you changed it? What were you doing in that picture, Ak?
Nah, that's I started working with this brother. Brother got a brother got me cleaning pools. He got his own company, Israelite brother. So brother looking out for me, paying me good, and first time doing it. So but it looked like I was knee high in dog shit.
God, oh,
That was a
praise.
that was a pool that wasn't cleaned for over 5 years. That belonged to some old crusty Edomite. So yeah, it was a lot of shit in there. But the damn Edomite was raising a damn frog farm in there. There was so many damn frogs because it was so muddy and dirty. It was crazy. I never seen so many damn frogs in my life. But come on. I'm listening though. I'll chime in a little bit later. What's up, Willie?
Con, I had a meeting last week with a young brother. He's in the House of Representatives here in South Carolina, and he said that this is his first term in office, first time running. He was real eager. He said when he got in there, he never saw so much corruption amongst the government, and nor did he think. And he's a Democrat, so-called Democrat. And he said half of the Democrats are underhand and just as sneaky, if not worse than the Republicans. All these guys are in bed together. And, the sisters that are running for the Supreme Court, she was nominated by Jim Clyburn, which is a House of Representative here in South Carolina. See, all these people work together and they find people to fill their agenda. And she has to look. So Joe is figuring that, hey, if I get a black woman, when it's time for me to go again, I can use this as another pawn for the black community to say, hey, see what I gave you? But they all think together. They all in cahoots together.
Gone. I tell what, give me if you can, brother. Baba Kashar, can you give me Revelation 6 and 8?
Con.
Gotta grab my sword.
Well, whoever got it.
Con. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 6 and verse 8. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed him.
See that? Death in hell. So-called European white man. You see what I'm saying? Death in hell follows him wherever he goes. Read on.
And power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth,
Come on.
to kill with the sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beast of the earth.
See that? So that's what he does. He kills with the sword. So what he goes, he infiltrates. And he goes into these different countries, and all he's going to bring is debt and sword and destroy these countries for his own benefits. So now everybody come over here talking about the American dream after they don't realize that the devil done destroyed their dream in their land, and now he's forcing everybody to come over here searching for the American dream. You see what I'm saying? That's why you get, like Ari was talking about, a lot of these immigrants that come here with this bloodthirst in their eyes, taking this opportunity because he had just destroyed their land and not realize that in order for them to make it, they got to do a lot of off stuff, with these so-called boulets and stuff, and joining they sodomites and that type of things for them to make it in this kingdom.
Khan, that's a great point the elder brought up. When you read on, it talks about the fifth seal being opened, right? And a lot of people died for this truth under this rulership, right? Under this wicked kingdom, this power, right? This is why we tell our brothers and sisters, stay focused, man. It's gonna get worse before it gets better, right? Um, you can see in the prophecies, you can see why they had to separate us, right? Separate our sisters from us, so that way they can use them as a weapon against us to bring us down as a nation, right? But this is why we got to stay focused, and that's what this room is really about. Right? It's not to bring down our sisters in any way. It's just, again, like I said earlier, to let them know, listen, we are your partners, right? You are flesh of our flesh. We're the same people, the same nation, right? We need to come together in these last days, not separate from each other, right? Not say, well, I'm getting mines, because that's that mentality we have, a lot of us have, right? It's all about me. If I'm getting mines, I'm good. You get yours, right? That separatist mindset. We can't think that way anymore as a nation. We need to stop being wise in what's going on, you know? But anyways, if you in the audience, you have anything to add to the topic, please raise your hand to come up to the stage. Even if you differ from what we're saying here, all right? Because we like that. We actually want you to come up here if you have a different idea, or you think that there's certain things in the scriptures that we don't understand that has to do with the topic that you might be able to bring up, please raise your hand, come up to the stage. Just stay in order, and we can build with you and receive you. All right. Also, do not forget, click on the greenhouse above our head, follow the room, share the room to all your social media platforms. If you have a friend that might have something to bring up in regards to this topic, ping them to the room. All right, because this is a great topic, and these are the kind of conversations we definitely have to have as a nation to really kind of help heal the division that we have with our sisters, right? Because I think that will help us a lot as a nation just moving forward. All right, but with that, I'm gonna yield for now.
The whole Willie Lynch letter, and Ivory, you can attest, after I finish speaking, if you ever read it, the whole Willie Lynch letter is just Esau taking advantage of the curses, right? The man against the woman against the younger woman, the man against the younger man. You know what I'm saying? The pushing the black woman to the forefront, the separation of the household, the taking away of identity from the children, everything that the Willie Lynch letter and the Willie Lynch syndrome represents is all Esau taking advantage of the curses and you know what's that the Most High said, furthering the affliction, right? Yeah, Howard said he was but just mad at us just a little bit, but yeah, but Esau furthered the affliction. Everything that he's doing now is furthering the affliction. The tactics he used, the divide and conquer tactic of making the woman against the man, making the man against the woman, even like having the tribes go against each other, like Elder Torah was saying. Even like there's tribalism amongst us, where my family from Jamaica, we Benjamin, and they do tell our people when they come over here, oh, don't mess with the American blacks. They're criminals. They're lazy. And they put that thing in our people minds where the bougie class of Jamaicans, they stick their nose up at the Judah, man. They call him Yankee boy. They don't want to deal with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, they don't get nothing in this country because they're lazy. But when they snap out of it, they see that no, they don't want to really give Judah a damn thing because they're racist, man. They're racist, they're prejudiced, and they hate all of our people. Period. And because Judah gave them such hell, you know, all through the years with their hand on the neck of the enemy, they rather give anybody anything but Judah. Like even if you're an Israelite from the tribe of Benjamin or Manasseh or Levi or what I'm saying, Ephraim. You know what I'm saying? They'll step on Judah neck and they'll step on Judah back and they'll give you some crumbs and give Judah nothing just to keep Judah down. That's how they are.
Hey, Salakia, real quick, just to add on to what you're bringing out, right? I remember when we were coming here during the process of us getting, the green card or whatever, right? I remember that was one of the questions like the interviewer was asking me and my brother. He said he was like, and he asked my sister too, but primarily me and my brother. Like he said, what are you gonna do when you come here, right? So me and my brother were like, oh yeah, we'll play soccer for America. You know what I mean? We were younger then. We were just talking, and it's crazy because they want to make sure that you're not gonna come here and go against their system, right? Because the way they look at it is they know that there's some Israel on the west coast of Africa. So as long as you can come with the mindset of I'm going to separate myself from the so-called black man, woman, and child, right? You are the top-notch type of people that they like, right? Those are the type of people they want. They don't want people that's going to go against the grain and talk about they love their people and they want to fight for their people, right? They don't want those types of people. They want people that will come here and go against the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans here, right? And go, and not deal with them. They want us to be separate from each other. That divide and conquer spirit is heavy. And like Shaw Paul was bringing out in the Willow Lynch letter, I mean, they separated everybody from everybody, dark skin from light skin, the elders from the younger, the women from the men, and they found different techniques to do that, right? To keep us in that docile mind state, in that mindset of where we hate each other, right? That we're not the same people, to keep us destroying one another, right? These are things that we teach against, and these are the things that we're praying that the Most High will take these spirits away from our people. We understand all of us are not going to be saved. We understand not all of us are going to go through it where we can not be that way. Some of us are just going to be wicked to the end, till Yahushua comes back, right? But whoever the Most High is choosing, we're hoping and praying through the Spirit of Yahweh Shem Yahushai that we can be used as a vessel to wake and ignite that spirit, right? So, so these are things we got to really pay attention to. We cannot stay separated as a nation. All right. Men, we need to be righteous leaders to our community. All right. Great husbands to our wives, great brothers, to our sisters, right? Great fathers to our children, right? Our sisters got to get in order. We got to go back to the law, statutes, and commandments, right? The Most High gave us the blueprint on how we should live and treat each other, right? The Bible is the way that we're supposed to treat each other. That's how we get out of this captivity. There's no other way, right? And we cannot do it alone. The sisters can't do it on their own. The brothers cannot do it on their own. We have to come together as a nation, right? And stop getting attracted to these little crumbs that they're giving us. That's all it is. These are nothing but crumbs, right? Compared to the kingdom that is to come. All right, but I yield for now.
Let's get some of these curses, uh, Salakia, brother, revolutionary warfare, right? Let me get Deuteronomy 28:54. King, you already know the drill.
Con. Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 54. So that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother and toward the wife of his bosom and toward the remnant of his children, which he shall leave.
You see that? That's all Willie Lynch letter. Separate the man from his brother first and foremost. Like Ari was saying, light skin versus dark skin. That colorism. You know that colorism is heavy amongst the tribes, but especially the tribes that's not here in Babylon, like in the land of Puerto Rico. There's a lot of dark skinned Puerto Ricans, but they'll never really be shown like that on TV. The Telemundo, they don't want to show them like that. You know what I'm saying? The representatives of them, they don't want to show that. Only time you'll see a dark skinned Puerto Rican or a dark skinned Dominican on TV is if they hitting a baseball. Then they got like no other choice than to show them. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, they always want the lighter skinned or fair skinned people to be shown amongst the tribes. You know, I listen. When I was younger, and the Dominicans and Puerto Ricans had the corner stores, but now they don't have the corner stores. You know what I'm saying? Because they replaced them with Ishmael. But they only gave the Dominicans and the Puerto Ricans the corner stores when I was growing up, just so Judah wouldn't have it. You understand? But as soon as they got Ishmael up in here, Ishmael and Elam, they kicked the Dominicans and the Puerto Ricans to the side. Like, we don't need y'all no more to help us oppress Judah. Now you become the oppressed with Judah. Because now we got these other nations coming over here and we could give them the opportunities and say to hell with y'all. But when the Dominicans first came around, right, I knew there was our people because it was dark like us, even though a lot of Dominicans will be dark like me and still act like they're not. You know what I'm saying? One of the tribes, because the colorism beat over their head with that white picture of Caesar Borgia, that fake Jesus Christ, right? A lot of them get beat over the head with that colorism. But just the separation from brothers, and the separation between men and women, and the separation from the father from his sons, all that type of thing is very detrimental, and it was very influential amongst our community because of the curses of Deuteronomy, and then, like I said, Esau furthering that affliction. Right? Let's get that scripture.
Yeah, Zechariah 1:15.
Kind of bring that out.
Khan, the book of Zechariah, chapter 1 and verse 15. And I am very sore displeased with the heathen that are at ease, for I was but a little displeased, and they helped forward the affliction.
Right? He was only a little displeased with Israel. He threw Israel into captivity. He knew it was going to happen to us, but he knew how the heathen was too. He's okay. I'm gonna set Israel into captivity, but you're gonna have to go into that same captivity Israel was in, and plus serve double because you forward the affliction. That's why. That's why the God of the Bible is a very just God. You don't understand why he said they got to serve double in Revelations. Revelations say they got to get double. You know why? Because they forward the affliction. They forward the affliction. They went hard. They made a Willie Lynch letter, a damn a theorem, a culture out of dividing and conquering us, man. But I just want our sisters to realize this, that it doesn't benefit you to go against your men. Cause look at Stacey Dash. Was the last time anyone heard from her or heard about her? I remember just a few years ago she was on Fox News cooning hard until they got rid of her stupid behind. And now she's somewhere washed up, not even looking good anymore. Stacey Dash was one of my first crushes I ever seen on TV. That Clueless movie, like she was beautiful, but now she all washed up. Esau done ran her through the damn rinse cycle and dryer, tossed her to the damn wolves. She all washed up now. She don't look good no more. Esau done used her up. You know what I'm saying? And now where's she at? Where can she go? I think she probably on BET now or something, man. Right? Like, what's going on with Stacey Dash? And who remembers when she was cooning like that? She was on Fox News just straight cooning. Who remembers that?
Yeah, Kana.
Khan.
I remember King. I remember that. Remember that King. I'm also thinking in reference to what Ari was speaking about in terms of us coming together. That would be Zephaniah 2:1, um, Hebrews 10:25, and 10:31. Could someone bring that out, Baba Kasha?
Khan, call the scripture again. You say Hebrews chapter 10.
Yep. Hebrews 10:25 and 31.
Khan, this is the book of Hebrews chapter 10 and verse 25. Not forsaking the assembling of ourselves together, as the manner of some is, but exhorting one another, and so much the more as ye see the day approaching.
And what's that day? In fact, we're in those times now of Jacob's troubles, but they haven't intensified yet. This is just what most would say the tip of the iceberg.
Khan, and then you said verse 31.
Con.
It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God.
That precept is pretty much self-explanatory. No one wants to fall into his hands. So it's that much more important for us as a people to come together. And speaking from what I've seen, it's truly awe-inspiring to see a lot of our sisters lifting up the veil and seeing through the lies that the Edomites have been telling to all of us. And it's even that much more imperative for us as men to uh, to stay in the spirit and to keep our women inspired, and to coming together as a nation. With that, I yield.
Con, and not to rag out Stacey Dash, but I just want to use her for an example, right? But I just want to use her for an example, right quick. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm looking her up right now. The last public uh, um, platform she was on, Dr. Oz, of course, another Edomite, but she was talking about how she was addicted to pills and popping 18 to 20 pills a day. This the state they want our people in. Not only was she cooning against her own people and against her own man, but she couldn't really live with herself really. That's why she was popping all them damn pills to keep herself in a drugged up state of mind where she didn't even realize what the hell she was doing. And until this very day, she's still trying to cope with what she was doing as a person. On Dr. Oz, she making it seem like there was just a lot of pressure on her. Of course, there's a lot of pressure on you when you're a damn coon. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of pressure on you when you're a coon. But I remember she was always on Fox News, acting like, our people got it good and we should just shut up in America. We got it good. We should just shut up in captivity. But then at the same time, her ass was under so much stress. Like she was on Fox News, acting like there's no oppression, but she was so stressed that she was popping 18 to 20 pills a day. Y'all see the hypocrisy? And if y'all want to look it up, because I don't want to change this article, because I want to talk about this article on top of here that I reposted. But if y'all want to look it up, y'all could just go on your phone right now and Google Stacey Dash on Dr. Oz. So the whole time she was on Fox News, what I'm saying, and being a pawn for Esau, right? Being a pawn for Esau, which is supposed to be a royal daughter of Zion, but being Esau's little toy, she used to say things like, we need to, stop complaining. No such thing as racism. We got it good here in this country and everything like that. But at the same time, she was so stressed and she was so oppressed and overwhelmed that she was popping 18 to 20 pills a day. Y'all just keep that in mind, right? And I yield.
Con. Let's actually get into the article a little bit. Um, and we're gonna bring out some scriptures to add to it. Yeah, go ahead and click on that because again, when they put people in position, whether it's male or female of our nation, we need to look into them, right? A lot of times, if they don't keep the laws anyways, they're not gonna even think about our nation. It's just given, right? They might do little things here and there, but on a larger scale, that's not gonna be happening, right? There's an agenda behind everything that they do, right? Them putting her in that position is an agenda. It's never for us. It's always to benefit their system and their kingdom, right? This beast system they got going on. All right. So let us snap out of getting too excited because a so-called blacks, Hispanics, or Native American is put in a position of power. We get overly excited and think that this is something great, that this is something that's going to benefit our people. And if you notice, a lot of the Christian churches, they're the ones that really get it all excited when things like this happen, right? They don't look at it on the spiritual realm of things. They just look at it on the physical, what they can see, a black man, black woman in a high position. That's all they care about, right? And our sisters, you guys got to snap out of this whole gift and mindset of this society when it comes to positions that you're being put in, right? We can see through the scriptures that that's not what makes you a good person. That's not what makes you a person that will look out for your own nation or a godly person, right? So let's just pay attention to that. If you don't mind, click on the article and let's just read some of it. And the reason why I'm reading this is because I want us to start looking into people that he put into position, right? And not get too excited. Check their history, right? What is it they've been doing? Look into their background a little bit, right? Because that's what Esau does to us, right? So let's not get overly excited when we just see somebody that looks like us in a position of power, because we know what the scripture speaks about that, right? But go ahead, bring that out.
Con. Fact check. Judge Katanji Brown Jackson. Child porn sentences. Pretty mainstream. Supreme Court confirmation hearings for Judge Katanji Brown Jackson opened this week amid a flurry of misleading allegations by Republican Senator Josh Hawley that the nominee has a long record of letting child porn offenders off the hook during sentencing. In every single child porn case for which we can find records, Judge Jackson deviated from the federal sentencing guidelines in favor of child porn offenders, Hawley tweeted Thursday, highlighting 9 cases from her time as a federal district court judge.
Right. Oh, hold that.
Con,
Let's go to Proverbs 17 and 15 real quick. Now, let me say this, right? We're not on the side of Republicans, okay? We're not on the side of Democrats. Let's make that clear, all right? Because both sides are wicked as hell. But at the same time, we still have to pay attention to these nominees that they put in these positions. All right, we got to pay attention to that. And a lot of them are the wicked ones of our people. A lot of times, and if you can see, most of them are married to the other nation, primarily Esau, the Edomites. Let me tell you, no good thing, I'm gonna make it clear to you, can come from someone that cannot even love their own nation enough to marry into their own people. I'm gonna repeat it again. No good thing can come. You can't tell me you for your people and you married to someone of a different nation, whether you a man or a woman,
right,
right? Because we get some of our people that'll try to justify, well, yeah, she just loves him, but she actually cares about her people, right? She does this and did that. Nah, I'm talking about no good thing. You could get little crumbs here and there that they'll do for their own people, but it's even in that case, it's rare. It's very rare for you to find any record of them actually helping people of their own nation, right? But let's bring out Proverbs 17 and 15 real quick.
con. This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 17 and verse 15. He that justifieth the wicked and he that condemneth the just, even even they both are an abomination to the Lord.
Right. It says, he that justifieth the wicked, right? A lot of our people they put in this position, right? Let me tell you something. They will turn their face when they see wickedness coming from these other nations, man, because they understand the system that they're dealing with. If they go against the grain, talk about, you're wrong. I mean, look at the history of some of the people that did that, man, right? They're not in position of power anymore, or they got killed. You cannot come into this system and think that you're going to come and be for your own people and go against them and they'll still keep you in power. It doesn't work that way, right? You have to be you have to be not smart. You can't be smart and think that it's going to work out that way, right? And a lot of our people that are put in this position, they justify the wicked, right? They turn the blind eye when they see evil going on behind the scene. They'll give them less time. Right? Isn't that what happened to Harvey Einstein the first time he went to court for the same issue? Right? It was like a slap on the wrist, man. Right? He did not do any time for what he was caught up in the first part of it in the case. Right? Everything had to be brought back in, and that was when they started taking it serious. right? But read on. Go back to the article. Read that second paragraph again.
Con. In every single child porn case for which we can find records, Judge Jackson deviated from the federal sentencing guidelines in favor of child porn offenders, Hawley tweeted Thursday, highlighting 9 cases from her time as a federal district court judge.
Read on.
While court records show that Jackson did impose lighter sentences than federal guidelines suggested, Hawley,
Hold on. Listen to this. It says while court record shows that Jackson did impose lighter sentences than federal guidelines suggested, a lot of times, who do you think is been given this light sentences? You know, it's not anybody that looks like her, right? She'll throw the books right at you if you look anything like her. All right. But I'm going to actually look into these cases and I'm going to put the article up and see what we got in that and who these people were. Well, go ahead, read on.
Hawley's insinuation neglects critical context, including the fact that the senator himself has voted to confirm at least 3 federal judges who also engaged in the same practice.
Right. You see what they're doing now? They're trying to make it seem like, okay, well, the Republicans, they're hypocrites, which they are. Again, we're not fighting for either side here. All right. Because we can see in the top part of the paragraph, it says, while court record shows that Jackson did impose lighter sentences than federal guidelines, right? So she gave them breaks. We can see that that's there. All right. But again, we're not fighting for the Republicans because they do the same damn thing. All right. They're both evil, the
Salakia,
Republicans and the Democrats. Ain't nobody fighting for either one here. All
Salakia,
right.
Ari.
Go ahead. You got it, King.
Now I'm just pointing out that she didn't even go by the quote unquote law of the land standards. So
Con,
of course she's not going by the scriptures. She don't respect like her office as a judge. Like she not even built to be a righteous judge, because not only is she not going by the scriptures, which is our culture, but she not even going by the laws of the land that Esau imposed. You know what
con,
I'm saying? Not even going by that. She giving them lighter sentences than even those. You know what I'm saying? That's wicked as hell.
con,
Khan, that was why I brought up Proverbs 17 and 15. You're justifying the wicked, right? Things like that should bother you, right? Where if you could, you would give a higher, time than the federal standards are. But no, she's not doing that. She's giving a lighter sentence to them, right? Below the federal guidelines suggested. That's what she's doing,
con.
right? But
Uh,
anyways, read on.
could I drop a quick precept, Brother Ari?
Yeah, bring it out, Doc.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14 and verse 23. For whilst they slew their children in sacrifices, or used secret ceremonies, or made revelings of strange rites, and that's what the Boule and the Senate and all of these people do. They go have those strange parties, and they plan to do these things. They plan to rape children. They plan to keep Judah as well as all 12 of the tribes down and out and divided against each other. So this is something that Solomon he prepared us for by putting it down in the scriptures that this is what they do. They use secret ceremonies. They make revelings and strange rites, and that's what they doing on TV right now. She getting questioned by Senator Graham. That's the dude who said we should assassinate Putin, and he's going hard at her right now about she was a public defender for the people who so-called orchestrated 9/11. So they all in cahoots with each other, man. They got this crafty council still working till this day. With that, I yield.
Khan, great scripture, great point. Yeah, they all the same people, man. Right? They're all the same. All they're doing is the difference between them is they have different agendas that they're trying to push. Either one of those does not benefit us as a nation. All right. That's the whole point here. All right. They just have different agenda. The Republican have one agenda. The Democrats have a different agenda. Either one of them does not benefit us as a nation. This is how we know we're blessed as a nation of people.
Con.
When we being ruled by someone of our nation, a brother of our own nation, in righteousness and according to the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High God. If that's not what's going on, you are not being ruled in righteousness. I don't care if it's someone that looks like you, right? If they don't believe in the Most High God and believe in the law, statutes, and commandments, and believe in ruling and being a righteous judge, guess what? You're in captivity, right? You are in captivity. All right. Well, go ahead and read on. Just read on real quick.
Con. Federal Appeals Court judges Joseph Bianco of the Second Circuit and Andrew Brasher of the 11th Circuit, both Trump appointees, had each previously sentenced defendants convicted of possessing child pornography to prison terms well before federal guidelines at the time. They were
Not
confirmed
read it right, right? Read it right. It says well below.
well below federal guidelines at the time they were confirmed with Hawley's support and ABC review of the court records found.
Mm. Read on. If I don't know if any brother, because I don't want to hog up the mic. Does anybody else have anything to add to any of the points? If you do, just go ahead and add on. If you have precept also, you can add on. Okay, as we read on. But
I'm
read.
listening to the article and gathering the information. Now, this is crazy. Yeah.
Con, go ahead.
Asked about the votes Monday by ABC News, Senator Hawley made clear he has never supported a high court nominee with a similar record in child porn sentencing cases. Not for this court, I haven't. Not for the U.S. Supreme Court, Hawley told ABC's Rachel Scott when asked whether his criticism of Judge Jackson presented a double standard. Hawley,
Uh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hawley said he would not consider a below guidelines child porn sentence acceptable from a nominee and suggested that he was not aware of the times judges Bianco and Brasher and the third judge, Carl Nichols of the D.C. District Court, had rendered such judgments.
Right. Because
You're gonna play dumb
remember
now.
there was a big scandal called Pizzagate. That was in the other article Irie had up. The
Con,
big scandal called Pizzagate, where top officials, I'm talking about Congress members, White House people, Hillary Clinton, all these people was wrapped up in child pedophile. Not only like child pedophile found on the computers, but child pedophile, or organizations where actual missing children were found in certain places in D.C. right there in Washington D.C. Right,
con,
they had emails with code words and code symbols and all that thing. That thing ran deep, and she presided over that too, and let people off. Her and those other people. But the Bible doesn't let them off. I hold what you got on that article and read Matthew 18:6. This is the Bible says should happen to pedophiles, man. And this is coming from the words of Yahushua. So this is law according to Deuteronomy 18:18.
Con, this is the
Read
book.
that.
This is the book of Matthew, chapter 18 and verse 6. But whoso shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depths of the seas.
You see that? Yahushua said these pedophiles that violate these little ones, especially the little ones that believe in me, right? Yeah, it's better that they have a millstone wrapped around their neck and thrown in the sea. That should be penalties, right? But hey, you got wicked people that want to give them a light sentence. And I yield on that. You could go back to the article, Lock.
Con. Continue reading on.
Yeah, read on in the article, King. I just wanted to point that out right quick.
Con. If I had known about it, I am not sure which judges you are referring to, but if there are judges who are soft on child porn offenders in a systematic kind of pattern, then that would be a big problem. And if I had known that at the time, then it would hurt my support, he said. ABC News provided the judges' names and cases to Hawley's office, but have not received a response or an explanation of why the senator was not aware of the sentencing records of the Trump appointees at the time of his votes. If and when we properly contextualize Judge Jackson's sentencing record in federal child porn cases, it looks pretty mainstream, wrote Doug Berman, a leading expert on sentencing law and policy at the Ohio State University School of Law. Federal judges nationwide typically sentence below the child porn guideline in roughly 2 of 3 cases. Berman noted on his blog, and when deciding to go below the child porn guideline, typically impose sentences around 54 months below the calculated guideline minimum. Berman also
Hold
points
on, read that one more time.
federal nationwide federal judges nationwide typically sentence below the child porn guideline in roughly 2 out of 3 cases.
Yo,
Berman, jeez.
nationwide, they say they roughly sentence below the guidelines of child porn. How come they don't do that with our people when it comes to, the so-called Rockefeller drug laws or the RICO charges? How come they don't sentence below the guidelines nationwide when it comes to that? I'm telling you, like, surely oppression will make a wise man mad. But read on that.
Berman blog, and when deciding to go below the child porn guideline, typically impose sentences around 54 months below the calculated guideline minimum.
54 months below the guideline minimum.
And they
This
give
a
us max for silly stuff.
they
But
give us
Hey,
math.
Salakia, real quick. I do have some of the cases and the actual sentences and the guidelines. I will post that when we're done with this article that she was over. Okay, so just to let y'all know, I wanted to make sure I check that because we got to prove all things that we're saying. Get a couple of articles. Well, go ahead, Akim. Y'all got it.
Shalom, shalom.
Hey, Shalom
Yeah,
Yeshaya. How
Yeshaya
about
with
you,
the
Mr.
fire.
Masa?
Berman also points out that government prosecutors often request below range sentences, including in most of the Jackson cases that Harvey cited. The guidelines are now purely advisory, and many judges of all stripes routinely find that within guideline sentences are unduly harsh, in particular when it comes to first time offenders, said Cardozo law professor and ABC legal analyst Kate Shaw. The United States Sentencing Commission, the bipartisan body created by Congress to set federal sentencing rules, explained in its 2021 report that suggested prison terms for defendants convicted of possessing child pornography, as opposed to producing the materials, have been subject to long-standing criticism from stakeholders and has one of the lowest rates of within guideline ranges sentences each year.
Yeah,
Let
but so them.
Y'all about to try to break it down. Yo, they said the stakeholders are protesting against this and everything. This is all about NAMBLA, right? NAMBLA. I'm gonna repeat that again. NAMBLA, that North American Man Boy Love Association, NAMBLA. It's a pedophile organization where they promote love between men and boys. NAMBLA. That been going down for a while, and this is all everything they've been pushing. And yeah, man, that LGBT lettuce, bacon, and tomato community, right? That Fruitopia that they represent, that rainbow flag. They're about to legalize pedophilia. And this what all this is leading for. This is nothing
Con,
move Esau, put this woman in power in the Supreme Court. Watch them pedophilia laws start coming out.
Hey, Salakia. Hey, all I can think about is people like Tamario. Where the hell is people? Where the hell is Tamario? Well, people that say that they are free and people that say that they're not oppressed in America. Where the hell are these people at right now?
con. Continue on.
People that say that there's no systemic oppression going on. That's false. Black people that say that. Keep going on.
Less than one third, 30% of non-production child pornography offenders received a sentence within the guideline range in fiscal year 2019, the report said. Sheesh. Judge Jackson's record in these child porn cases does not show she is quite skeptical of the ranges set by the child porn guidelines. But so too were prosecutors in the majority of her case. And so too are district judges nationwide, appointed by presidents of both parties, Berman wrote. Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah and member of the Judiciary Committee suggested Thursday that regardless of the context around Judge Jackson's sentences, he remains concerned. The White House, the White House's whataboutis response to Judge Jackson's very real record in child pornography cases is dismissive, dangerous, and defensive. We need real answers, he tweeted.
I I'm asking for some damn real answers right now. And this article just admitted, if y'all caught it, that this type of thing goes down between both parties, right? The Republicans and the Democrats have a problem with this whole pedophile thing. But this judge in particular, she's notorious from it. They said that it's dangerous to put her in power in the Supreme Court seat, knowing that she's so lenient on pedophiles is dangerous, they said, man. Right? Like, and this the reason why we gotta protect our children, man. We need more sisters in our nation that's willing to open up daycares and be doulas. You know what I'm saying? Open up tutoring, everything, man. The schools, everything. We need our sisters to step up. You know what I'm saying? That's why one of the hashtags I'm saying for today is love the daughters as I. We need y'all right now, man. Because who's gonna protect these children? You got sell out women, ready to feed your children to a bunch of damn disgusting old Edomite men, man. And we're not talking about something like a 18-year-old marrying a 65-year-old like a black Christian church. It's much worse. It's much worse than that. It's gonna be grown men with 9-year-olds, 6-year-olds, right? That's what they was doing on that Epstein island. What they're about. Go
God,
ahead, Shia.
God. This shows, Salakia, this shows that what they're doing is actually protecting pedophiles. Republicans and Democrats. This is showing that no matter who they put in place, no matter even if they look like you, they're gonna do what they told to do. They're protecting 9 times out of 10. It's a systemic agenda to protect these damn Edomites who are just gonna keep preying on your children. That's exactly what's going on here. But with that, I yield.
God, because Republicans, they found 100. They checked like 100 laptops of the high Republicans, and they found pedophilia, things on there on their laptop. And that was 100 Republicans that they found out. So the Republicans is just as like that's Esau, man. Whether he's a Democrat or a Republican, he has that foul spirit where he ain't gonna mess with little boys. You know what I mean? And little girls. That's what they do. So yeah, they're gonna put these people in place that know what's going on. They're gonna put them to justify their wickedness. And anytime they put somebody on the Supreme Court, a black person, one of the highest level, you already know. She's like the Clarence Thomas. We saw what Clarence Thomas did. And she's the female Clarence Thomas. She's not going to do nothing. A lot of times these people already made an agreement not to identify with their people anyway. They already made agreement. They know who they're picking. They know who they're putting on there. They already said, look, they not identify with the so-called black problem. Like, that's not their concern. They've decided, like the book of Maccabees tell you, to go along with the Greco and the Roman culture and empire to sustain the Greco and Roman Empire, which is America's extension of America. That's their agreement, and that's why they in their position they're in. Not for you, not for us, but to keep white supremacy going.
Con.
Salakia, hold that, right? Give me Job 26. All right. You got to understand something. The Most High created the spirit. Well, Yahweh created the spirit of these damn devil, right? Through the power of the Most High God, right? So we cannot change it, right? And you can see through history that they've always been the same people, right? When they're in rulership, if they put anybody else that is not of their nation, right, they are going to vet you. That's what brothers are bringing out. And this is what we're pounding on. And the reason why we're doing that is because we want to get out this mindset of our people where they think that if they can just have a position of power, right, in this society, that they can make an actual difference, right? No, you cannot make a difference in this society. All right. These people were designed and created by the Most High God to be the wicked on this earth. And you cannot make that straight. You cannot change that. But a lot of our people think that they can change it. Look at history and see what our forefathers and foremothers have done in this system, trying to make a difference and change things, right? Nothing has changed. You cannot break that part of the curses, man, right? When he says, no man shall buy you, no man will be able to redeem us out of this captivity except Yahweh Shai comes back, man. That's the only way we can get out of this. But get Job 26 and let's read verse, I think I want you to start at 12, right?
Con. This is the book of Job, chapter 26 and verse 12. He divideth the sea with his power, and by his understanding he smiteth through the proud.
Right? Read on, verse 13.
By his spirit he hath garnished the heavens. His hand hath formed the crooked serpent.
His hand had what?
Formed the crooked serpent.
Right? The Most High had formed the crooked serpent, and he created him that way for a reason, right? So you coming over here trying to change things and think, oh, I can just change the way they think. I can make them a better person, right? And a lot of some of our sisters, they go into it, right? Some of them have that whole wicked bedwench spirit, but some of them go and marry into these nations thinking they can change their way of thinking, right? And think they can use those men. Maybe that man might be in a place of authority or power and say, you know what, maybe I can talk him into looking at our plight and understanding what we're going through, right? Whatever your damn reason is, it will not work, right? Because what? The Most High created him that way, right? Drop that and give me Sirach, give me Ecclesiastes 1 and 15.
Con. The book of Sirach, chapter 1,
Nah,
and
Ecclesiastes.
the book of Ecclesiastes.
Yeah, Ecclesiastes.
Con, Salakia. This is the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 1 and verse 15. That which is crooked cannot be made straight, and that which is wanting cannot be numbered.
Right. So that which is made crooked cannot be made straight, man. If the Most High have already designed them and created them to be the wicked of this earth, you cannot change them, right? They are liars since they were born. In the womb, they were created to be evil, man.
God,
So you being in a position of power is not gonna make any difference. You're not gonna change the way they think. You're not gonna try to win them over, right? This is why we stand firmly in what we believe in, because we understand what the scriptures talks about them, right? But let's go ahead and just go back to the article. We're going to wrap that up, and I do want to put up another article that actually showed the cases that she was over and what the outcome of those cases were. Okay, because I think that's important that we bring that out, and the actual sentences and the difference in the guidelines and how off she was by doing so.
Hey, Kyle, we don't got to read all of this article. We could get to that other one, King.
Con. Let's yeah, let's do that. Because I think we've highlighted the point on this one anyways. Um, so let's just keep that in mind. We're dealing with a wicked spirit, man.
God. Quick precept, brother Ari.
Yeah, go ahead, Ak, you got it.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2 and verse 21. This is the book of the Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2 and verse 21. Such things they did imagine and were deceived, for their own wickedness have blinded them. And that's what we see happening here, man. These wicked Edomites and these wicked court appointed judges, they imagine, the lust and desires out of their own heart. And they deceive themselves as well as deceiving the people to make certain people think that it's okay to vote these people into office and to put these people in places of power. But they're wicked judges, and it's their own wickedness, it's their own heart, their own heart and their own lustful desires and vain and wicked imaginations that blind them. And with that, I yield.
Con. All praises, man. All praises. Great point, King. Great scripture. Great precept. All right. Yeah, we are harping on our sisters, but we also understand who's behind the scene, right? Who's directing everything. And we can't let him go too. This is why we got to condemn them, also bring up scriptures about them, and that reveals their spirit and their nature. All right. So-called white man is the damn devil that the Bible speaks of. And he's the one orchestrating these things, right? Deceiving our women, making them feel that they can do without our men of our nation, right? And offering them wicked, just gifts so that way they can stay separated from their own people. But anyways, let's click on the next article. All right. And let's address this point here. All right. It just so happened that this sister is who we're using as an example. But again, you can see the history here. We're bringing out the articles, right? Showing her background, some of her background, obviously, we're not getting too deep into it, and some of her records here. These are not people we can trust. Anybody that justifies the wicked, we cannot trust them. You cannot trust them. You can't deal with them on any level, right? But go ahead and what I want us to touch on, actually, we don't have to read the whole article. I just want us to kind of touch on the maybe we can read the first and second paragraph real quick, and then it goes right to the cases actually that she saw over. So yeah, go ahead and read the first two articles. I mean, paragraphs real quick.
Khan. At Monday's Supreme Court confirmation hearing, Senator Josh Hawley, Republican of Missouri, listed 7 child pornography cases in which President Joe Biden's Supreme Court nominee, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, sentenced the convicted defendant to a lesser sentence than federal guidelines recommended and prosecution requested. Senator Hawley summarized the findings of the 7 cases regarding child pornography charges presided over by Jackson during her district court tenure, in which she had discretion in her sentencing. In 2 cases, Judge Jackson gave the lowest sentence permitted by law.
Read that again.
In 2 cases, Judge Jackson gave the lowest sentence permitted by law.
Right. When I hear that, man, I think like, who in the world was this person? Right. I'm sure if I dig deeper, I can find out the names of all these cases. But for the sake of time, I just got this one. So just to show, right, just how wicked some of our people can be. So them being in a position of power, if they're not doing things in righteousness, doesn't mean anything. It means absolutely nothing. Like Shaw Paul brought up, she's not even upholding the laws of the land. She's giving the lowest sentences, right? And in most of her cases, she's just basically giving them way less time than they should.
Yeah.
It's pretty sad, man. But read on. Let's just read some of these. Just read a couple of these, and you can again, everybody, you can go ahead and click on the link, copy it to your notepads. You can go back and read these things. A lot of times when we put article up, we just try to touch on certain points for the sake of time, so we can keep the conversation going. Just real quick before we go to the actual sentence itself. If you in the audience, you have anything to add to the conversation, right? You think that we're wrong in what we're saying, that there are other points that you want to bring up and add to it, please raise your hand, come up to the stage, and just stay in order, and we can definitely build together. All right. We appreciate everybody that is listening to us. Also, click on the house above us so that way when we and be a member of the actual platform. That way when we have rooms like this again, you can get the notification. Also, follow the brothers with the green beam and brothers on the stage that's bringing out wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And with that, we're going to go back to the article. All right. And just kind of finish this up real quick. Then we can go into other topics. But go ahead, go ahead and bring out some of the cases. You can bring out like the first 3. And like I said, they can go back and read it on their own time. But go ahead, Ak.
Con. Case number 1. Defendant distributed multiple images of child porn, possessed dozens more, including videos. Federal sentencing guidelines were 97 to 121 months in prison. The prosecutors recommended 24 months in prison minimum, but Judge Jackson gave the defendant 3 months in
How
prison.
many months?
3 months in prison.
3 months in prison. And the federal sentence guideline is 97 months to 121 months. Right? Listen to this very carefully. The prosecutor recommended even below, way below
I agree.
prison
That's
term.
crazy.
Yeah, that's
That's
not.
absolute.
Madness. And she gave him only 3 months. You got to pay attention to these things, man. There's a reason why creepy, old, sleepy Joe Biden picked her. People pick who they know is going to push their agenda, right? Go ahead.
Case number 2. Defendant possessed 48 files of child pornography. Federal guidelines 78 to 97 months in prison. Prosecutor recommended the same 78 to 97 months in prison. Judge Jackson sentenced him to 28 months. Gosh.
See that? Way low
That's
than
like a
what is being
slap on the
required.
wrist, man.
Fine, fine.
Horrible
All right,
slap
we
on
just
the wrist.
Salaki King. What were you saying?
It's like a slap on the wrist.
Revolutionary Warfare, you got some background noise. So when people talk,
Con. Salakia.
yeah,
Khan. All right, let's read one more, and we can drop it. Like I said, people, y'all can go ahead and read it at your own time. But we just wanted to highlight these points, right? when you put, whether you're a brother or a sister, when you put in these high positions, right? There's always an agenda behind it. All right. This is why we don't always ride with that, because we understand what's behind, what they're doing behind the scenes. But go ahead, read one more, and we're gonna drop it. Then brothers can take the floor. If they have anything to add on. But go ahead,
Con. Case number 3. Defendant distributed dozens of images of child pornography and possessed over 600. Federal guidelines 151 to 188 months in prison. The prosecutor recommended 72 months. Judge Jackson gave the defendant the lowest sentence permitted by law, 60 months. Gosh.
Right. I should tell you everything right there about how she thinks. All right. And you would think, being a sister, that would be like really bad for her. Like she would want to definitely put them in under the jail, right? But you can tell that she has people controlling her mind and controlling how she moves.
Yeah, it's either she got people controlling her mind, or she think that's just not a bad thing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's either her mind is, well, it's not so bad. Pederasty is something they did, like, back in the ancient Greek days. She's probably like Tamario, where she think, the Greeks or something, and she sees pederasty as just another form of sexuality. So, she's not sentencing them harshly because she see them as just, people with certain fetishes, right? That's probably how she sees them. She probably doesn't see them as perverse, or predators. She probably see them as just people with different, sexual identities and different fetishes, right? That's probably why she's sentencing them so light, or she's a puppet. Either way, though, she's not for our people, right? She's
Khan.
not for our people.
Khan. Her husband is probably okay with that, John. You see, this is what happens when you marry into these other nations, right? Because you got to keep in mind, they are profane, man, from the beginning, just wicked as hell, right? Her husband probably told, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. They will corrupt your mind. We could see examples of that in First Kings 11 with King Solomon, man, right? And also, it's in the law we're not to marry into these other nations, right? We're not supposed to be dealing with them, right? Because they're gonna corrupt your way of thinking. You're not gonna be for your people married to them. You're gonna always justify the wicked things that they do because they're gonna talk you into it, right? But with that, I yield. If anybody else on stage have anything to add on, you can go ahead.
Like I said before, I see everything playing out. They got that NAMBLA, right? That North American Man Boy Love Association, right? These Edomites set up NAMBLA. They've been pushing, this whole gay agenda. And I always said the gay agenda, its ultimate goal was to go after your children. They've been having that drag queen story time, pushing that on your children. They had Gonzo from the Muppet Babies be a cross dresser on TV aiming at your children. That new Cinderella movie with the cross dressing so called fairy godmother was really a damn homo by the name of Billy Porter who has HIV. They put that in front of your children, and now the whole Pizzagate thing that she was a part of. You know what I'm saying? It's just all that mixed into that, and then trying to put her a part of the Supreme Court. They making moves. They're making chess moves. They're definitely making chess moves to legalize that pedophilia, man. Right? Babylon the great whore, man. They're definitely after your children, Israelites. You know what I'm saying? They're definitely after your children. Y'all get ready for the battle.
Con.
Nah, they had caught something. I don't know. It was Milwaukee, I think, where they caught like a cops actually protecting these pedophiles. Like they had them in a van. They had like a whole bunch of children in a van, and the community came out. Then they went in the place, and the place had bloody mattress. And oh man, it was terrible, man. But these devils, man, the higher ups, that's a ritual with them. Because when you study Aleister Crowley, that demon, you know, that was one of the things he said, that you actually taking the spirit from a child when you have sex with them, and going into the highest level of sorcery and all type of bugged out. You know, these demons is bugged out, but it was like, and you taking that young spirit from the child and placing it in you, and you know, it was just crazy, man. And this is what these Edomites do, man, and these nations. Because when you go into the ancient kingdoms and wisdom of Solomon, you know, you see how, you know, the Hamites was dealing with that too, to a certain extent, with the pedophilia. You know what I mean? This is why the Most High told us, man, we're not supposed to mix with none of these nations. They off. And we supposed to set the order, set the nations in order. That's what it is. When the Gentiles should come and serve us, we're going to set them in order. But of course, Esau, he's too defiled. You know what I mean? He's cursed with leprosy and other things. And he went over the Most High as far as destroying the land and the earth. He just did things that the Most High is just going to take him off the face of the earth. But these other kingdoms is going to be set in order after we bring them into that rulership, after they get that hard bondage, after they get that slavery and that punishment for what they did, then they're going to be set in order.
Khan. One of the Greek philosophers, Plato, actually said that it was better to have sex with children. For a man to have sex with children is like the highest honor, and that's one of his philosophies, and that's the Greeks, and we know what happened during the time of the Maccabees. So you could bring. I was just looking at First Maccabees chapter 1 and 11, when it says, "In those days went there out of Israel wicked men, who persuaded many, saying, Let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow." So, you know, that's what this lady is doing. She's not even really being questioned, so that they are, you know, being partial. They're gonna give her the seat, and just like, you know, they give all these other wicked judges the seat across the nation, as we just read in that article. This type of thing is happening across the nation, under the wraps and off the books. And the only reason it's being brought out now is because of this big this big confirmation hearing that they have, and they still trying to dance around the subject. So, you know, these people, unfortunately, from our nation, and our people, because I believe she is a Judite, you know, they make a covenant with these wicked heathen, and just like Plato said, that's something that the Greeks and the Romans, they treasure having sex with little kids, and it still transitions into today. There's nothing new under the sun. With that, I yield.
God, now go to real quick. Go to First Maccabees 11 and 21 also. As
Khan,
we look, 'cause this is what it is with these people, man. This is what it's really about, man.
Khan, I
You know,
mentioned those precepts earlier, Malak, and that's no philosophy. That's a travesty. That's a travesty.
uh, uh, First Maccabees 11 and 21.
Con, I'm there, Elder. This is the book
Yeah.
of First Maccabees, chapter 11 and verse 21. Then certain ungodly persons who hated their own people.
See that? Stop right there. This is what it is, man. They hate their own people, man. These people is not for us. That's our own people, but they hate us. They made a bondage with the Greeks. They hate us. You see what I'm saying? They speak proud against us. They speak proud against the poor. Lock them up. Put them away. This is the people that they go for. Come on. Come on, huh? You with me, brother? Yeah, finish that
Con
off. Huh?
went unto the king and told him that Jonathan besieged the tower.
See that? So that's during the time of the Maccabees. We always had these sellouts among us, man. This ain't nothing new, man. You see what I'm saying? This is nothing new. These sellouts that hate their own people. This is who they look for, man. You think Esau don't know who they dealing with or who they looking for? They looking for them. You know what I mean? You think they don't have these conversations among Esau? Oh, I hate them niggas, man. Lock them up. Put them away. I'll be glad to do that. I'll be glad to lock these niggas up. Put them away. Throw away the key. I'm going to be hard on them. This is the conversation they have with these guys. Or these girls, in this case. These ladies, whatever you want to call her. This is the conversation they have with them. You know what I mean? This is the conversation. And they hate their own people. They glad to do the bidding for Esau. They glad to do that because they believe in Esau and their system and they hate us. With that, I yield.
Khan, all praises to Water for that. It's madness, man. That our people don't understand what's going on, right? We think we're dealing with just we don't know who we're dealing with, man. We're dealing with a very crafty type of people, man. Right? They'll do anything to keep their kingdom going, right? Because they understand what's going on. They know what their judgment is, right? Like the elder was bringing up, and like when you look in the higher ups, right? They already know what's coming for them, so they will keep deceiving us, keep separating us, right? To keep us in the state of mind that we're in, right? Dealing with a very crafty and wicked nation of people. Let me get Habakkuk 2. All right. Let's start at verse 4. All right.
Con.
Habakkuk chapter 2 and 4. We'll read down a little bit.
This is the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2 and verse 4. Behold, his soul which is lifted up is not upright in him, but the just shall live by his faith.
Right. That's talking about Esau, right? The wicked. It says, behold, his soul, right, which is lifted up, is not upright in him, right? His soul is not upright. He was designed and created for a purpose and a purpose only. All right. When you read in Romans 9 and you read on down, right, where it talks about one created for righteousness, right, and the other created. Let's go to it actually. Let's go to that because a lot of our people think that Esau is going to change. All right. You know what I want? Romans 9. I think it's just read down a little bit.
Romans 9 and 4.
No, not 4. We got to go down.
Start at 8.
Yeah, you can start at 8. Is that what I want? Because I don't have my sword in front of me.
Romans 9,
Nah, just go
8,
right to the point. Go to 21.
21. Con.
Yeah.
So Romans 9, the book of Romans, chapter 9 and verse 21. Hath not the potter power over the clay, of the same lump to make one vessel unto honor and another unto dishonor?
Right. So Jacob was made, right? The Israelites were made for honor, right? And these damn devils, Edomites, are made for dishonor. That's why the Most High created them. He didn't create them for any other reason. All right. But in our way of thinking, in the low state of like man, the way we think that, oh, well, they're humans like us. We shouldn't prosecute them. We shouldn't do this. We shouldn't do that. The Most High don't think that way, man. He created every one of us, and he can do his will with each of us. And this is what we were getting into with the sister yesterday, that the Most High can do whatever the hell he want to do, right? We have no control over nothing that he decides to do. If he decides to destroy the Edomites, that's what he wants. And that's what it's going to come to pass, right? So I just wanted to touch that point that the Most High can create two different vessels for different reasons. All right. But drop that and let's go back to Habakkuk because that's the one I wanted to stay at. 2, and we're gonna read on down. Read verse
I have
5.
a I have a precept too, King. Once you're
Yeah,
finished,
you can bring it out. Go ahead, bring out your precept.
um, Jeremiah 13:23, Baba Kusha.
Con. This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 13 and verse 23. Can the Ethiopian change his skin, or the leopard his spots? Then may ye also do good that are accustomed to do evil. Therefore will I scatter them as stubble.
That's a perfect reference to what Ari was talking about the Edomites being specifically created to do evil. There's no way that they're going to ever be good for any reason. With that, I yield.
Con.
Khan, that's a great precept, Khan Thawada for that. Yep, they cannot change. They're not going to change. All right. Or read on, verse 5.
Con. This is the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2 and verse 5. Yea, also, because he transgresseth by wine, he is a proud man.
Here's a what?
A proud man.
Right, because he transgressed it by wine. The wine is talking about here is their doctrine, their philosophy, their way of thinking, and their way of doing things. Right, because of that, and he's able to bring the nations on his side. That's how their whole pride. It's always been in them, but it really manifested itself. Right, when they had all these nations on their side, everybody in the world want to come to America. They think that the ways of America is the best way to go. That's the wine it's talking about there, not a literal wine. Right? Read on.
Con. Neither keepeth at home who enlargeth his desire as hell.
Right. It says, neither keep it at home. America got bases all over the world. Right? They want everything. They want everybody to be on their side. Right? And in that process, they oppressing people, but giving you the illusion of freedom and democracy. That's how wicked and conniving these damn devils are, man. You got to know who your enemies are, Israel. And the Most High has revealed it to you in the scriptures. Wake up out of your damn sleep and stop thinking these nations are for you, man. Everything is in the Bible, man. Right? Read on.
Con. Who enlarges his desire as hell, and is as death, and
Right.
cannot be. Con.
And the elder brought it up earlier in the book of Revelation.
Con.
Right? That's what they bring forth is death with them. They'll sell you this whole beautiful lifestyle that you can get with them if you just go, come and join with them. Right? Read on.
Con. And cannot be satisfied, but gathereth unto him all nations, and heapeth unto him all people.
Right. America, the melting pot. Isn't that what we were talking about? This is how you know who the damn devil is, man. Who the earth was given to. This is exactly what they do. They are never satisfied. They always want all nations to gather to them and believe in their doctrine. That wine, right? That's why they got all the nations drunken off of, man. These other nations go crazy just to be part of America, right? Read on, verse 6. Actually, you know what? Jump to 8. Go to 8.
Because thou hast spoiled many nations, all the remnant of the people shall spoil thee.
All the remnant shall do what?
Spoil thee.
Right. So we know what this is getting into, right? Read on.
Because of men's blood, and for the violence of the land, of the city, and of all that dwell therein.
Right. They are very violent people, right? They want everything to themselves, right? This is why, even though we're talking about our sisters, we got to understand who's behind the scene and causing a lot of this thing, right? And that's what we're trying to teach our people. Yes, we are dysfunctional family. Yes, we have our own issues within our own nation. But at the same time, we need to know who's orchestrating everything. And why do we need to know that? So we can separate from them. That's the key thing here that we're pushing,
Con.
right? We're not to trust them. Never trust thy enemy, man. This is not a joke. Some people look at this lifestyle and the scriptures and, oh, well, it's nothing, man. This is just nothing, No, this is serious business, man. And a lot of our people, we got to start taking the words of our Heavenly Father seriously, right? But with that, I'm going to yield.
Con, this is your kosher breakfast house. The skillet, come and get it. Sponsored by the Holy Spirit. You know when you hear it, and the heathen fears it. Because every morning, brothers bring those swords out. Let you know what the law about. Turn the clubhouse into the Lord's house. We're gonna bring it out. You have it already. Go to the top of your screen, and you see the little greenhouse next to the crown of thorns. Make sure you subscribe to this platform. Follow this platform. And the other platforms attached, because we are on a mission, bringing out this word with a 24/7 platform. Where this word is coming out 24/7, 365. Pushing positive vibes to the 12 tribes. Pushing the gospel through your Wi-Fi to your Howard Shot crack the sky. All praises to the Most High. All right, this is your kosher breakfast, and today's subject matter is the so-called black or so-called black, Hispanic, and Native American woman, the Israelite woman. Is she the leader of our community? Right. Subject matter hashtag KBJ. Right, for Kendra Brown Jackson, or did I pronounce her name right? Kendra. There's a reason why the Most High God never wants me to pronounce her name. Right? Is this sister? Is she the right one to lead our community, or is she just being a puppet for the serpent? You know what I'm saying? Just like Genesis chapter 3, right? Matter of fact, let's get that right quick, man. Let's get Genesis chapter 3. So that the old serpent known as the devil, right? That old serpent, man, he never changed his tricks. This is the same old trick from the beginning. Same old trick from the garden. What
Start
that
one.
serpent told Eve. That serpent told Eve that she could be a god, right? That's what the serpent told Eve. God means power, or it could mean judge, right? Quote unquote Supreme Court judge, right? Y'all see? Y'all see
Con.
how that line up? Right? So let's get Genesis chapter 3.
Chapter 3 and starting at verse 1.
Con King.
This is the book of Genesis, chapter 3 and verse 1. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden. And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die.
Right? So these are direct instructions from the Most High God, right? And that's God's law. And any transgression of the law is sin. And sin is what? Sin brings forth death, right? So Eve at the time was staying away from death. But here goes the serpent to what? Coerce her, right? Remember that word coerce, right? To persuade. Persuades her to take another look at it and give another thought into what? Committing sin, right? Because he was more subtle. He knew how to play that game with her mind, right? Part of the art of seduction is to tell people smooth things and tell them what they want to hear. And the serpent told Eve what she wanted to hear. You see, the so-called white man has zero swag, He has no swag at all. But the reason why he gets our people all the time is that the fact that he tells them what they want to hear. And he tells them it in a way, in a tone that it sounds real innocent. White man has zero swag at all, but yes, he's going to fool you because he's very good at lying. He got a serpent's tongue, right? Read on that.
Con. And the serpent said unto the women, Ye shall not surely die, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil.
So now he's saying, now you shall be as gods, right? Or as a judge. Because now you know the practices of good and evil. You already know the practices of good, but I want to teach you the practices of good and evil to make you authority, make you a god out here, make you a judge, right? You know what I'm saying? Since you're on that subject matter of a woman judge, yeah. This is what the serpent offered to the woman to put you in that position of power, put you in power over your man. Because remember, Adam wasn't a quote unquote God. He was just doing the will of God, and his will of God was he was supposed to rule over all creatures. That's what Adam was supposed to rule over all creatures. But here goes the serpent offering Eve something even above Adam. Y'all understand?
Con.
Right? Read
Come
on.
on.
And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that was pleasant to the eyes, and the tree to be desired to make one wise.
Right? Now the tree to be desired to make one wise. But what is our people right now? Our people are wise what to do evil. As the scripture says. Our people are wise to do evil now. Now she's wise, but yeah, she's wise to do evil. And she's desiring that wisdom to do evil and to be a judge, to have that position of power. Read on.
And the tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat.
You see that? And that's how the serpent got her. So ever since the serpent got her that way, right? She was told by the Most High God to fall into subject under her man, under her husband. And that's what our women got to learn how to do again. Our women got to learn how to fall into subject under us, just so that the serpent doesn't deceive them anymore. Let me get 2 Corinthians 11:3.
Con. The book of Second Corinthians, chapter 11 and verse 3. But I fear, lest by any means, as the serpent beguiled Eve through his subtlety, so your minds should be corrupted from the simplicity that is in Christ.
Like I was telling the sister Brooklyn yesterday, it could all be so simple. Just follow the words of God. That's it. Why do you want to subject yourself to things that are above your knowledge, things you don't even understand? Even if I give you the answers to your questions, you still don't understand the answers to the questions. I'm giving you the answers to your questions, but you don't even comprehend the answers that I'm giving you because it's above your pay grade. It's above that what you was made to do. You wasn't meant to comprehend everything that the Most High God does. You wasn't meant to be a Most High God. Yeah, we are the children of God, so that makes us Yasha Allah, princes and princesses of the power and gods amongst regular men. But we are not made to know the Most High God and know His ways and know evil the way He does and know good the way He does and know the inner works of everything the way He does. We wasn't built for that. Especially our women. Our women were built to what? Love and nurture us and their children in the household. That's it. You weren't meant to do all those other things, Eve. But through the subtlety of the serpent, he beguiled you into thinking you were supposed to take on more than what you're taking on. You weren't meant to be no strong, independent woman or nothing like that. You're supposed to be simplicity in Christ, man.
Salakia, real quick, just a
Go
quick
ahead, King.
to add on to what you're bringing out, King. Even with us, right, with the men, right, the Most High put us in position where we're the one that lead our nation, right, and He revealed certain secrets to us. Even us, we're limited in what we know, right? But you didn't see Adam trying to seek more than the Most High gave him, right? Adam stayed humble and did what he was supposed to do, right? Right. But let me get this precept real quick to add on what Shal Paul is bringing out. Let's go to Deuteronomy 29, and I'm gonna just go right to the point so Shal Paul can take back over in 29.
Khan, the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 29 and verse 29. Salakia.
Now you good, Ak. Take your time. You're good.
Deuteronomy, chapter 29 and verse 29. The secret things belong unto the Lord our God.
Right. Hold that. What is it talking about? They are certain things that are not revealed to us as men, right? We understand through the scriptures that there were certain other secrets that were revealed to Moses that he was not to tell to men, right? But there are deeper things that the Most High has possession of that he only knows, right? One of them is when Yahushua is going to come. That's a secret thing. That's just an example that nobody else knows but himself, right? There are deeper things that are not meant for us men, right? But read on, see what he says though. Read on.
Khan. But those things which are revealed belong unto us and to our children forever.
Right. It says, but those things which are revealed belongs unto us and to our children forever. Now let's find out what they are. Read on.
That we may do all the words of this law.
Right. That's really what it is, man. Right. That's that breath of life. That's what the Most High revealed to us. The law, statutes, and commandments, his word, what we're reading of today. Right. This is how we know the Most High God and what his expectation is from us as a nation of people. We should not be seeking things that are too high for us, man. Right? There's certain secrets that belongs to the Most High God and Him alone. Right? But with that, I yield. I just wanted to bring up that point to add on to what Shah Paul is bringing out.
Khan, and I'm just gonna bring out a few more scriptures, and then I gotta handle some business. I'm telling y'all, these days when the Passover coming up, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna be ending this room quick, or I'll be sliding off, and I'm gonna leave it up to Ari or the elder, Tara or Yeshaya to end the room whenever they finish bringing stuff out. But let me get Ecclesiasticus. Let me get Sirach out of the Apocrypha, Sirach 25 and 24 for the one time.
Khan. This is the book of Sirach, chapter 25 and verse 24. Of the woman came the beginning of sin, and through her we all die.
That the Bible said, man, right? Through the woman was the beginning of sin, and through her we all die, right? So, are women supposed to lead our nation? That's not what the Most High God intended, right? Because they're subject to being, manipulated by the enemy. Not saying us men can't be manipulated, because I've seen men manipulated before, but our women being the weaker vessel emotionally and mentally, right? It's easy for the enemy to manipulate her, right, through the craftiness of his words and through the subtlety of his actions. Now let me get 1 Corinthians 11 and 3, King.
Khan. The book of First Corinthians, chapter 11 and verse 3. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, Yahweh Shai, And the head of the woman is man, and the head of Christ is God.
And that's the order. The head of every man is Christ. The same way I'm not gonna buck up against Yahushua is the same way my woman not supposed to buck up against me. The same way Yahushua takes orders from Yahweh is the same way I take orders from Yahushua. Is the same way my wife and the women of my nation supposed to take orders from me. That's just the order. You know what I'm saying? And women, if you go against that order, then you might as well go join the serpent and join Satan. Because Satan wants you over your man, but that's not what God wants. The serpent wants you to be a god over your man, but that's not what Yahweh wants. That's not what Yahweh Shai wants. So you just gotta decide what team you on. You could be on team pedophile or you could be on team righteous man. That's on you at the end of the day. And with that, I yield. But like I said, you're more than welcome to join the stage. They go to Brother Amav. Shalom, King. You got
Hey,
anything you want to add?
Shalom. Yeah. To the title of the room is the black woman, the leader of our community. Um, I would definitely say no. That's because the order, the more.
Is it just me or is the brother in and out?
That's
I
because
think
the order, the more.
you in and out.
Most High said from the beginning. You just mentioned it. That was something the Most High said from the beginning. But it's the spirit because I was just listening to you. And I was telling my wife. I told her that same thing that you said before. Just like the order, the commandments that He's given. That He got from the Most High. So sisters gotta consider this. That they are in willful sin when they go against the order. You see it plain as day, Genesis 3:16, and Paul reiterates it with 1 Corinthians 11:3. So when you're trying to come up with all kind of reasoning in your mind behind why you think it shouldn't be that way, you're basically in willful sin. So that's a dangerous place to be. So if you got that problem with submitting to a righteous man, or your husband, women, y'all have to reconsider that and ask Most High for guidance on how to guide through that. I mean, we understand there's wicked brothers out there. We're not saying every Israelite man, but what the brother said was real heavy, and none of us want to be caught in willful sin because we know there's no more sacrifice for our sins when we intentionally go against, the word of the Most High. And we know Yahweh Shai, for us men, He hasn't given us any commandment contrary to what the Most High gave Him to give to us. So um, just consider that, sisters. That I yield.
Right, right. That's a great point, Amaf. Um, again, this room is not to be strifing with our sisters. This is just to show you that we do have the same common enemy, right? And because of that reason, we need to come back together as one nation, right? And start doing things in righteousness. That way, the Most High can hear our prayer as a nation, can hear our prayers as individuals, right? Because we know the Most High listens to the righteous, man, right? And He doesn't hear the prayers of the wicked and sinners. So that's what this room is really set up as. And today we're using this sister that got nominated for the Supreme Court judge position as an example of what not to be and what not to do. We're showing her records just to show that some of these women and men that are put in these positions are seriously vetted, right? They've been proven to basically side the enemy, right? And turn their face from wickedness, right? That's what they've been proven. They've been proven to divide from their own people, marry into these other nations, right? And like I said earlier, you cannot be for your people married with these people, married to these people, man. All right. So that's what the points we were bringing out, right? You know, is the black woman, when we say black, we mean the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native American women, right? Are they the leaders of our communities, right? Go ahead, Yeshaya, you got it, King Salaki.
Con. Yeah, I mean, great question. Great question because what has been brought out today, out of everything that's been brought out today, you should understand now, our women especially should understand that what Esau is doing is using you as a divide and conquer tool. And he's using our women as tools for him to get away with all of his, even more of his atrocities than he's already getting away with. So, all of our women who are proud to uh to be given the ability to usurp authority by Esau and that are proud to so-called be making more income than the black man now, or all of our women who look down on their own people, and all of our women that do that need to examine themselves again, because it's just been so much information brought out today that shows that, look, you are still being beguiled by the serpent. You are still being beguiled by the serpent, and therefore, and this is not to down the women. Therefore, this is why the black woman is not the leader of our community now. We have to keep things going in a collective effort for the black family and for the black man to be the leader of the community through the black family. But if the so-called black man can't be the leader of his own household in his community, because Esau's using divide and conquer tactics to let the woman usurp the authority of the man, then how can we get back to where we were? So women, Israelite women, you have to get back in the mirror and examine yourselves, examine your actions, and examine whether or not you're being beguiled by the serpent and you're being used by the serpent, basically for the agenda of white supremacy. But with that, I yield.
Khan. I'm going to bring up a quick scripture. I think Shahpar brought this early in Isaiah 3 and 12, right? When you can read in the prophecies where it talks about women and children, right, are going to oppress the men of our nation, right? This is why there's certain laws in place. As a man of the nation of Israel, you have to be in order, right? You got to be in order and lead your wife in righteousness, all right? Lead the women of your nation in righteousness. All right. We cannot fall for things, and say, oh, well, I love her. And a lot of times, when especially our brothers in the world, when they talk about love, it's more of an emotional thing. It's a physical thing, right? It's not it doesn't align with the scriptures of what love is at all, right? This is why a lot of them perish in that mindset and get destroyed off of the decisions that they made dealing with certain types of women, right? But I just wanted to address the point in a different angle with the brothers too, right? And how we should need to be strong men for our sisters, right? This is why we got to stay sturdy, studied up, right? Always fellowshipping and congregating with the with the nation, right? Always linking up with brothers and sisters that have the same faith, right? And not staring away into this world, man. Let me get First Ezra, Zach, 4. We're going to read 25 on down for a little bit. Just a couple of verses down, if you don't mind, Baba Shaw.
Con. First Esdras chapter 4 and starting at what verse, Brabari?
Verse 25. I just want to address the Salakia. This Amber Alert thing is going off. Hold on. They don't snatch another child.
As we talking about it,
As
you
we're talking about it.
can't
God,
make this stuff up.
God, go ahead, bring it out. First Ezra 4 and 25.
Con, this is the book
Salakia.
of First Esdras chapter 4 and verse 25. Wherefore a man loveth his wife better than father or mother.
Right. So in most cases, most men do, right? Because the scripture tells us that we're to cleave unto our wife and become one flesh, right? Well, read on.
Yea, many there be that have run out of their wits for women.
Read that again.
Yea, Many there be that have run out of their wits for women,
Right.
and
Some men will go over and beyond. Like you got some brothers that will break laws just to satisfy women, right? They will do things that they will naturally, they know is wrong and off as hell, but because they just want to make their women happy, right? Which they think they are, right? They will break laws. They will do certain things just to satisfy. My wife knows not to even think. She's not even that type of sister, but not to even think of it, of asking me any stupid thing that is against the words of the Most High God, right? It says, yea, many there be that have run out of their wits for women, man, trying to please a woman, right? Read on.
become servants for their sakes.
And become what?
Servants for their sakes.
That's exactly what you are. You are a servant, right?
Hmm.
For a woman that you know is off as hell, right? When you out in the world, that's exactly what's happening, man. You get brothers killing each other over a woman. You get sisters fighting each other, right? Over a man, back and forth, right? Read on, verse 27.
Many also have perished, have
Many
erred,
as what?
have perished,
Uh-huh.
have erred, and sinned for women.
Right. Many also have perished, man. We talking about great men, kings, leaders of nations, right? Listening to the advice of a wicked woman. When you're dealing with a sister in righteousness, man, she will be looking out for you in ways that you cannot believe, man. It won't be about her and her wants, right? It will be about her family, her husband, her nation, her God. That's all that her mind will be thinking about when she's making decision or even giving you any type of advice. It will be something that will be great for her people and her God, right? Not something selfish for her own self. This is why when you're dealing with sisters that are either in the military, I'm gonna tell you right now, man, and I know some people won't like this, but sisters that are in the military, the police, anything in authority position, man, stay the hell away from those types of sisters, man. A lot of times they dealing with giving orders and barking orders to men all day, right? It's hard to get a woman with a humble spirit in those types of positions, man. Then you deal with women in executive positions, right? Right? These handouts that Esau gives them, and they think that they can rule over their men, right? And I know some people won't like what I'm saying, but it's honestly true, man. Women that are in a position of authority and are caught up in this system are off as hell. Now, there are some sisters that could be wise and use that to benefit their own nation. Am I saying that there's none of the sisters like that? Of course they are, but it's extremely hard to find those types of sisters in those places of authority. So, brothers, we got to really step up our game when it comes to our position of men of our nation and our thinking and thought process. Start thinking with our mind and not with with our sexual parts, man. Right? Because we are the leaders of our nation. It is that charge has been put upon us as men of our nation, not the women. Right? We understand our sisters are off in certain things that they do, but we need to get ourselves together and start teaching our people the right path to go. Start treating our women right, our sisters right. Stop calling them hoes and bitches. Stop sleeping around with them and not taking up the responsibility and making them our wives. Right?
Hey, Salakia, just to let me back what you're saying. We're not trying to say that 100% of the sisters with authoritative jobs are off, but we know that that was never their position. So when they get it, especially when Esau gives it to them, they become drunk with power, and they're just used to giving orders to men, especially men of their nation. So a lot of our sisters are off as hell when they're in those positions, and our sisters, man, just know those positions don't belong to you. So even if you do have that position and you're coming into the knowledge, you might want to use that position to put the men of your nation on to eventually replace you in that position. I know it sounds crazy to y'all, but yeah, you should, like, women in high authority positions, right? You're supposed to be trying to, and you coming into this truth, you're supposed to be willing to drag your men up or help your men up or give a hand to your men so they could take that position and you could go back to your rightful position. Of course, use your position in ways to help your nation and ways to bring in income into your house and everything, of course. But your number one goal as a woman in this truth is to assist your men into getting back into that top position. I mean, I just wanted to say that right quick. And I yield.
So like, yeah, I wanted to bring something out. Just came to my mind. So, brother Ari, as you were speaking, I thought about Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 7 says, "Surely oppression make a wise man mad, and a gift destroyeth the heart." So, us men, us Israelite men, the Most High has woken up to who we are and what's required of us, and we understand now through the scriptures why we're in a position that we're in as a nation of people. That's the oppression that makes us mad, and we're wise for being mad because it's designed to provoke us to turn back to the Most High, right? But it says, "In a gift destroyed the heart." Esau putting our sisters in these positions, a lot of times it destroys their mind because we know the heart is the mind, according to Mark. So that's what's going on. Their minds are being destroyed, even though it looks like it's a good thing. It's really a bad thing, spiritually wise. You jump on a verse 26, Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 26, and it reads, "And I find more bitter than death the woman whose heart is snares and nets, and her hands as bands." It says, "Whoso pleaseth God shall escape from her, but the sinner shall be taken by her." So that goes right along with Brother Ari was just saying, brothers, you find women, you like the military women or like a lot of women in these high positions. Sometimes it's best to not even deal with them at all because they're going to have trouble submitting, and you're going to deal with a bunch of headache and stress dealing with a type of woman whose not mind is towards serving the Most High and being in order as He has commanded through His Word. But she's constantly trying to pursue, uh, for lack of better words, chasing power and also chasing the bag, as they would like to say now. So with that, I hear you.
Khan Amath, the water for that. Great precept. All right. Jonathan, welcome to the stage. You see the title, you hear the topic. What do you got to add to the bill? The floor is yours. Go ahead, King. Shalom. Jonathan, you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
I was
Yeah,
on
go
mute. My
ahead.
bad. So anyway, though, this whole thing, I just see it as just another form of tokenism. That's all it is at the end of the day. Just another form of tokenism. Because like Malcolm X even said, they'll just keep giving you empty symbolism. That's all it is. And unfortunately, they keep giving you empty symbolism because unfortunately, a lot of our people try to cleave on to this system and their idols and stuff. Like for instance, I remember last week there was a friend of mine, right? She was all talking to me about, oh, did you hear Ireland named their first black Miss Universe and all that? I'm like, I told her I don't give a damn about that stuff. I said that stuff is not empowering. And she was like, oh, it's Women's History Month. You're not proud of that. I'm like, why would I be? I don't want to be a part of this system anymore. You want a system that has never accepted you to accept you. And unfortunately, with our community, we are like damn children. It's like we want to be accepted by everybody, but we don't even accept ourselves. And this whole thing with the sister getting picked and stuff, that's why I don't even give a damn about politics because politics is all scripted anyway. It's all a game at the end of the day. All it is, it's all a script. Because at the end of the day, presidents, all that stuff, they're not even elected. They are picked to fulfill a purpose for the elites. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether or not who's in power and all that stuff. And plus, our people need to stop trying to cleave onto the system. And I yield.
Con. Great point, Jonathan. And again, that's what this room is about, right? Is understanding that there's a system that is put in place. You know, some people might tell us, "Oh, you don't have to teach that," and this person is not going to get you. There's nobody after you, and that's a big lie, man. That's a big lie, Israel. You got to wake up out of that way of thinking. Um, and nobody's telling you to be afraid or scared. We're just teaching you to be aware of what's going on and understand the type of enemies that we're dealing with, right? And not fall into their snares and their trap, right? Because they're giving you crumbs and giving you position of authority, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that you can actually implement things that will be good for your nation, right? Yes, you'll be taken care of as an individual, right? We can see that. We got rich people within our own nation that are doing very well, right? But can care less about what's going on with their people, right? So if that's the case, then we don't even want to have anything to do with this system. We don't want to add to it. We don't want to enlarge it. We don't want to extend the time, right? We need to be separating from it, right? And we need to focus on connecting back to our power. That should be our focus now in these last days. Not trying to build a kingdom here, all right? Not trying to establish something here, man. Yes, we understand we got to work. We got to do certain things to survive as a nation, right? We got to leave small inheritance or whatever inheritance the Most High has blessed us to our children, right? Nobody's saying that you can't do that here, but that cannot be your primary focus as a people. That's the point we're teaching here. That cannot supersede the scriptures, the laws, right? Faith in Yahweh Shah, the love of your own people, your nation, right? Some of our people think for some reason that they cannot serve their God and live in this society. They think that, oh, if I just give it all to God, now I'm going to be lame. I can't have fun. I can't do this, right? But that's far from the truth, man. It's all about balance, right? Put the Most High first and everything else will come, man, to you, right? That's what we're teaching here. Don't be a damn coon and just choose, right? These other nations and whatever gift that they're going to give you, right? And disregard the plight of your own people. That's what we're teaching here. You got to use wisdom when we in this kingdom. All right. We cannot be part of it, man, as in trying to use it and just indulge and immerse ourselves in it. Right. That's all we're trying to teach our people here. Be aware of what's going on. Right. Don't get caught up in this system. Right. Don't get caught up in the affairs of this world, man. Whether it's something for you as an individual or just whatever pleasures you think this world and this kingdom has to offer. Right? When Yahushua was here, he wasn't caught up trying to do what the damn Romans were doing. If you say you're a true follower of Christ, you need to be doing what he did. He laid out the example of what we should be doing. I want to live the way Christ lived. Right? Christ wasn't caught up in the system that he was in. He was in captivity too. Just like you are today in modern day Babylon, America, aka America. The same spirit was Christ dealing with back then is the same spirit we're dealing with today. Right? Christ didn't say, well, this is a different time from my forefathers, so I could just act like the Romans. Christ never said that. But that's the spirit some of our people move in. Well, it's 2022. That's the old times. This is new. Christ did not say that. If Christ didn't say it in his time, I'm not saying it in my time. All right. But with that, I yield. If you are in the audience, you have anything to add to the topic, we're probably not going to go too long in this room. But we just got trying to keep things going here. If you have anything to add, if you think different from what we're bringing out, you think that we're wrong, that women are good to lead our communities, you want to bring up a point or anything of that sort, please raise your hand, come up to the stage, just
Oh,
stay in order. Hold on a
also,
second. Hold
my
on.
bad.
Just stay in order and we'll definitely accept you up here. We can build with you. Also, click on the greenhouse above our head. Become a member of the room. That way, when we make different rooms like this with different topics, you can be part of the conversation. Also, follow the brothers on stage with the green beam. Also, follow the brothers on stage, also bringing out the wisdom, knowledge, understanding. You can also follow each other on the audience, so that way you can always notify each other when you're in different rooms that has to do with what we're teaching. All right. Jonathan, go ahead. You had a point to bring out?
Yes, also too in Romans chapter 12 verse 2, it even says, "And be not conformed to this world, but I'm gonna start over. And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may move what is that good and acceptable in the perfect will of God." It even says, "Do not be conformed to this world." And unfortunately, a lot of the people are trying to cleave on because they want to conform to this world. Like when I tell some of my people, like, yo, I don't give a damn about this system. I don't give a damn about first black this, black that. Plus, our history is glorious anyway. It's like we look at our, we have, it's like a lot of our people have an inferiority complex as well to Esau, unfortunately.
Right. And what is the perfect will of God? We already know what the duty of man is, right? Right. But let's go to Second Peter 3:8 real quick. Actually, we're gonna go 3 and 9. You there? Ak?
Khan, call the scripture again. I went in and out. Salakia.
Second Peter. Is that what I want? You know what? Just drop that. Go to Deuteronomy 10 and 12. All right. This is what we need to be focusing on as a nation of people, not trying to, conform to this world, right? Like the brother Jonathan brought out in Romans, right? Not trying to indulge in whatever pleasures we think we're going to get if we're part of this world, right? Because when you start thinking this way, right? When you start thinking about your duty as a man and what is expected of you from the Most High, right? The things of this world start diminishing in your thought. Like you don't take it as serious anymore. You don't pay attention to them anymore, right? They don't give you happiness anymore. You look back and say, man, I used to spend money going out to these damn strip clubs or going out to these wicked parties, right? These were things that were actually fun to me. You actually hate them within your own spirit, right? You're not missing anything. I've never been happier than I have been in the truth, man, right? Because certain things do not concern me anymore. They don't bother me anymore. They're not as important as they used to be to me anymore, right? But bring that out. Deuteronomy 10 and 12.
Khan. This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 10 and verse 12. And now, Israel, what doth the Lord thy God require of thee?
Right. What are the
But
requirements, right? Because that's what you should be saying. What does the Most High want from me, right? We bring this scripture out all the time. It's a classic. What is it that is the requirement of God? You want to know what God wants from you? It's right here in the scripture. Read on.
to fear the Lord thy God, Yahweh, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to
Read
serve
on.
the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul.
Right. It says, and to love him. How do you love the Most High God? By keeping his commandments, right? How do you serve him, right? How do we serve him with all our heart? And we just talking about your mind, right? Let him occupy every space in your mind, man. We supposed to be serving him with joy, not, being dreadful and angry and say, oh man, I got to do this morning. I got to pray. Oh, I got to fast. Oh Lord, I have to go love my brother. That's not how we're supposed to be serving the Most High God, man. Right? This is what is required of us as a nation of people, right? And unfortunately, you cannot think this way and be part of this kingdom and try to grow or say you're going to add on to your people under this rulership. The best thing that we're to do is separate from this nation, and deal with each other. That's the key to this. That's the solution. It's that simple. Keep the laws of God, have faith in Christ, separate from our enemies, and deal with each other in love and righteousness. Right? So, but with that, I'm gonna yield. Again, if anybody else have anything to bring up, you can go ahead and add on to the topic. I'll probably be shutting things down in the next 15, 20 minutes. If anybody else don't have anything to add on, if you do, raise your hand, come up to the stage, and you can be part of the build. Again, Thwada for everybody to for adding in the conversation and being part of the topic. This is a great room. Again, this is love, man. We love our sisters, right? We love our nation as a whole, all right? But we just don't want our sisters to get this illusion of, greatness because they've been given handouts and they've been put in a position that uplift them higher than their own men, right? Of course, there are men here in this nation that are in, a higher position, but primarily we know that it's the sisters that they exalt more, right? You see it on the TV shows, you see it on TV itself. Go ahead, Yeshai, you got the floor. Slide.
Con. Now, I just wanted to add, man. I just wanted to add that don't be like the Jake in New Orleans on the video that just came out. Don't be like the Jake that says,
Hey,
why don't you
Salakia, real
guys
quick,
just
Yeshai.
dance? Why don't you guys
Yeshai,
just
real quick.
dance?
Khan,
Yeah, go
Khan,
ahead, Al.
I'm gonna put the link up. Yeah, y'all gotta check out the video with Yeshaya dealing with our Jake, our brother, man. Just leaving in delusion, man. But go ahead, Ak, you got it.
Yeah. Don't be like that Jake or the average Jake saying, why don't you guys sing or dance or why don't you play music or why don't you just entertain the people instead of talking about people? Like, no, don't be a tool against your own people like that and be brainwashed to that extent in that way where you think we should be entertainers and not people prophesying the word of the Most High. Please don't be like that. If you're a Jake or a Eve, you know what I'm saying? Eve, don't be used as a tool of white supremacy. Don't keep thinking that the tokenism that white supremacy you know gives you. Well, don't think that actually make gives you the right to usurp the authority of your man or of men, of Israelite men. Don't be a tool. Don't just let somebody use you. You know what I'm saying, to your own destruction. That's counterproductive. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now, let's really just try to get some common sense in 2022. I know all of our people not gonna listen, even when they hear us saying these things. But let's really try to use some common sense and try to build off of each other and not tear each other down by being used and being fools that don't even believe in the Most High. Because what you think the word is what do they say? It's for men. It's misogynistic. You know what I'm saying? Don't take on that feminist spirit where you just going against the grain in your own household. Scripture say, a wise woman builded she builded her house with her own hands. She don't tear it down, you know what I'm saying, by letting some serpent fool her into being the enemy of her own people, her own man and her own people. Like, come on, man, that's just not smart. And I know it's a lot of Eves, it's a lot of women hearing what we saying on here today, and they're in the spirit of contention. Just got a lot to say or just mad about it. And it's like, hold up, you know what I'm saying? We trying to bring back the family structure. We trying to bring back order. You know what I'm saying? So what are you doing? Are you just trying to be out of order? You just don't care because this gift has destroyed your heart. Ecclesiastes 7:7, and now you're on the other team. Come on, man. Teamwork make the dream work. And with that, I yield.
Oh,
Quick
go ahead,
preset.
Ari. Yeah, go ahead.
Salakia. Go ahead, Elder Sarah.
No, good. I was just gonna, let me back on what Shia said. You know what I mean? Basically, how they came between us, man. The Edomite, like the scriptures say, the Edomite came between us, Edomite nation, and the whole thing with with the serpent and how he beguiled Eve. Also, is like he works on Eve's emotions, like he told her,
Like you don't gotta do this for this man. You ain't gotta do that for this man. You ain't gotta cook for this man. You ain't gotta nourish this man. This man wants you to be a slave to him. This is why he's doing that. You know what I mean? And they used to have a thing barefoot and pregnant, but when you read the scriptures in Timothy's, what I mean, Paul advised the young women, let the young women have children and learn to run the household. You know what I mean? And become good wives. You know what I mean? That's an honor and a respectful honor. It's no disrespect. But, the career woman has destroyed that. You know what I mean? The career woman, she doesn't want to have children until she's 35, maybe 40 when her career is settled. And what that's doing, that's the white feminist movement. And that's why the white women now and the whole white nation now, they're trying to have children because they realize that that feminist movement wrecked them. You know, the Most High, to see the order of the Most High is for us to bring up the family structure. The family structure is the most key thing. Maybe that's the nucleus right there. If the family structure is out of order, everything is out of order. The children is out of order. The woman is out of order. The man is out of order. We got to come back as a family structure under the Most High Yahweh Shai, as he tells you in 1 Corinthians 11:3. And this is what we got to understand. We're trying to build a nation here. You know what I mean? And that's not to put the woman on a lower level. But the Lord had the order set up. You know what I mean? So the white man came with his way of saying, well, you could be educated over the man, which there's nothing wrong with having knowledge and understanding. You know what I mean? And being educated, so-called in their world. That's not the real education. The education is the wisdom of the Lord. But if you want to be educated so that you can advance yourself in this society, there's nothing wrong with that, as long as you know the order. But if you want to advance yourself because it's hard on the man, you see what I'm saying? The man is not able to provide like he wants. And trust me, that messes with him mentally. But at the end of the day, you don't want the devil to use you to go up against your man. Okay, and I think that's what the brother Shia was talking about. Go ahead.
And to land back off of what Brother Yeshaya and the elder brought out, as well as Brother Shawapar and Brother Ari. Um, quick precept in First Esdras chapter 8. I'll read 3 verses, 74 to 76. It's not too long. First Esdras chapter 8 and verse 74. I said, O Lord, I am confounded and ashamed before thy face. And this is confusing, man. We wake up in the morning, the whole, World War III looks like it's on the brink of starting. The President Zelensky is calling on Israel, the synagogue of Satan to come have his back. Then all the way over here in the States, you got this lady who's letting pedophiles pretty much go free. They give us, when in New York you get stop and frisk, and you get pulled over with some alcohol, some weed, a gun in the car. You getting the full sentence. You're not getting any leniency at all. And we just talking about petty crimes, other than, let's say, having the pistol on you. So we looking at something that, to me, and that's why all praises to the Most High for Elder Terah, our head in New York City and New Jersey, that he's able to help explain these things, and the elders across the country as well, bringing out the word in sincerity and in truth, because this is confusing to me. How they let who a woman become a judge at that, one of the highest positions of authority in the land. A judge can sentence the president. You understand? So a judge has a lot of authority, especially in the Supreme Court. That's the highest court of the land, and it's confusing. It should be confusing to all of us as to why they would let this woman, who is allowing pedophiles, people that are using child pornography. The one guy had hundreds of videos, over hundreds of videos, and she gave him the least sentence. But when it comes to our brothers and sisters of the 12 tribes of Israel, we get the book thrown at us. And that's why it's so important for us to look into this book and to understand why we got to have that broken heart and that contrite spirit. Because it breaks my heart as a father of three to understand that this madness could happen. in a country that prides itself on its justice. And verse 75, it says, we get the reason as to why we have to go through this. And all praises to the Most High that He's allowing us to see and He's allowing us to hear. Because verse 75, it gives you the reason. It says, for our sins are multiplied above our heads, and our ignorances have reached up unto heaven. So you hear a lot of people, male, female, doesn't matter. They come into the clubhouse rooms, especially when you out on the highways and the hedges. The few times that I've been able to be able to be blessed by the elders and the brothers bringing out the scriptures, you see these crazy people come up, and it's like, are you just ignorant to the facts of what's really going on, the facts of life that's happening right now, and how wicked of a country we are. And that's why Putin's stepping up. Putin's like, listen, you guys ain't gonna tell me where I could go and where I can't go. You're not even in the same continent as me. And that's what America does. They going around the world, they telling everybody what to do, how to do it, and when to do it. But we got a big plank or not we, but America got a big plank in its own eye that it needs to be plucked out. And that's what Israel's doing. We revealing the man of perdition. So, all praises to the Most High for the elders being able to reveal the true man of sin. And then
Hmm.
verse 76, it says, for ever since the time of our fathers, we have been and are in great sin, even unto this day. So that again proves, the scripture proves itself when it says there is nothing new under the sun. These people have been pedophiles since. That's why Judas and Maccabees raised up on him with the hammer and his brothers and was like, listen, I'm about to smite some of these these wicked heathens out here trying to get our children and breed them into wickedness. And that's why we had brothers and sisters in the past that rose up against the wickedness. And now again the Most High has raised up His prophets. So all praise to the Most High for bringing out the mighty men of valor to bring this to light and to no longer let it be hidden in darkness. And with that, I yield.
Yo, I'm glad you brought that up, bro. Khan, and also too, like about that sister who became the judge with the whole pedophilia stuff. Same thing with Kamala Harris, right? Like when she was a prosecutor, she was prosecuting a lot of our brothers and sisters over petty crimes and stuff, right? But I was also reading a story like back in '04 when she was running for DA in San Francisco. Did y'all know that Kamala Harris, right? There was a lot of like pedophilia going on in the Catholic Church, right? Because the Catholic Church threw money at her campaign, she declined to prosecute these pedophile priests who are out here raping little boys, for example. Like, look it up. And yeah, Kamala Harris really did that. Like, she declined to prosecute these priests who are out here raping kids, but yet she was prosecuting a lot of our brothers for a little bit of weed and truancy and all that stuff. And I remember, like, that's why I don't even vote. I remember a couple years ago, I was trying to tell my family that I said to my mom, like, about what Kamala Harris, and then when I said about the whole thing with the pedophilia and stuff, my mom was all like, oh, but why should that be her job to prosecute them? I'm like, the case was brought to her. She's a prosecutor. She's supposed to be an upholder of the law, right? So why could why you making excuses for this wicked system? But like I said too, this feminist spirit, I've been seeing it around lately, especially with my friend when she was telling me, "Oh, did you hear Ireland named the first black woman to be in a Miss Universe?" I'm like, "Yo, they don't give a damn about that sister. She's just being used as a token." I said that, and then she's like, "Oh, you sound like a hater." I'm like, "I'm not being a hater. I'm just calling it for what it is." And the issue with our people is that they don't look at things through a surface level. And I yield.
Calm, brother, calm. But Revelation, yeah, give me on. Brothers can give me Luke 21, man. 25. This is beautiful times, man. Yeah, that's what they always go, brother. That's that, that came up in the like last 10, 15 years. The hater thing, man. Everybody's a hater. If you try to correct somebody, you're a hater. This is this foolishness that they came through the rap culture. You know what I mean? They don't want to take correction, so they throw you off as a hater, man. I hate when they say that, brother. Brother, give me Luke 21 and 25, man. This is a
No,
beautiful time,
con
brother.
man. I'm glad you said that about being a hater because I'm like, why? I'm a hater because I hate the wickedness and the bullshit of this system. If that makes me a hater, I'm a proud fucking hater at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's foolishness. Give me Luke
It's
21 and
retarded.
20.
It's not foolishness. It's retardedness. And unfortunately, this
Yes.
whole system of indoctrination has made a lot of our people mentally retarded.
It's foolishness is retarded. It's that. You know what I mean? Give me on that real quick. Luke 21 and 25.
Con,
Oh, you
this is
want me
the
to pull that out?
Yeah.
No,
Now
this
we got
hold on, Jonathan.
this.
Revelation got it. Go ahead, Ak.
Yeah, Revolution.
Con. This is the book of Luke, chapter 21 and verse 25. And there shall be signs in the sun and in the moon
See
and in
that? You see it all the signs. You see it in the blood moon. You see it all the signs to tell you what this time is coming, man. We near. Read on.
the stars, and upon
Come
the
on.
earth distresses of nations with perplexity.
See that? That's what we supposed to be seeing. You're supposed to be seeing this rising up. Nations fighting against nations. Read on.
The sea and the waves roaring,
Come on.
men's hearts failing them for fear.
See that? Men's heart gonna be failing them now. If you're not rolling with the spirit of the Most High, by Shema Mashiach Yahushua, if you're not rolling with that spirit, man, I don't care who you are, your heart is gonna fear in this time. Read on.
And for looking after those things which are coming on the earth.
More distress, more destruction. The brother just brought out. Now Ukraine is talking about they want Israel. They want Israel to come into the battle. So now everything, as the scriptures say, let them be brought down to the valley of Jehoshaphat. Everything is coming into play now. Read on.
For the powers of heaven shall be shaken.
These devils don't know what's going on, man. They think you think they in control, man. Revelation 16 and 10 tells you, man, that he gonna pour out his a wrath upon the beast that sits on the seats. So these devils is in shaking, man. They don't know what's going on. They trying to pretend like they got everything going on. They plan is to go underground and escape this destruction, but they ain't escaping nothing. Read on.
And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud
Then you gonna see Hamashiach Yahushua coming in the clouds. Come on,
with power and great glory.
with power and great glory. Read on.
And when these things begin to come to pass,
When we see these things, come on.
then look up and
Then
lift up
look
your
up.
head
We supposed to look up. That's why I said it's beautiful that these things is happening. Read on.
and lift up your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh.
See that? This is beautiful what's going on right now. Russia, Ukraine, all these things is prophecies that the scriptures told you. We supposed to look up because our time is near. With that, I yield.
Khan, all praises. This is why we can't waste time, right? But let's go to brother Dawada Ephraim. Dawada Ephraim, Shalom, King. Welcome to the stage. Oh, Dawada,
Shalom,
Salakia.
brother. Shalom.
Please forgive me for that, Ak. But go ahead. The floor is yours, King. You got it.
I'm sorry. I had stepped away for a second. What was the question?
Now, I was just brother Dawada, I was just asking if you know what you had to add to the conversation, and also if you can address the topic too, because I saw you came up stage.
Honestly, brother, I just came up if anybody needed any reading or anything like that. I really don't have
Oh, okay,
anything to
Khan.
go to the conversation.
Okay,
Yeah.
Khan. Yeah,
Okay, bro. But let me ask you, brother, do real quick, do you think that the woman has taken a leadership role in this society? I know the water for the reading, brother. I appreciate that. That's a great, humble servant, man. But just your opinion on that. Think the woman has taken a role as leadership over the
Ye-
man?
Yeah, always. I see that a lot in my community, and I get a lot of what's the word, conflict about it because I would say Judah women, they like to lead a lot, and they get mad at Hispanic women because, in a sense, Hispanic women know how to play their roles. So it all depends on really like where they were brought up, Because honestly, a woman brought up in his truth is gonna know that she's not higher than a man. But all these other women nowadays, they just believe that they're better than us. They can do everything on their own. They don't need us. So yeah, I feel like they try to play that high leader role, especially with women in the government.
Salakia. Quick precept.
Yeah,
Con,
go ahead.
And also just to land me back off of what the elders are saying, for all the virtuous women, Yasharala that's in here. This is no slight or no pun intended toward you all. We know that you all doing your best and to keep the commandments and live, and to love the Most High by keeping the commandments. But we also understand that the Most High did put, and we just had the Feast of Purim, Esther in place. But even Esther sought Mordecai's um, uh, advice and counsel in what she was doing. And so just to come out of the editions of Esther in the Apocrypha, chapter 16 and verse 7, to land me back off what Elder Torah was saying. When you see these kind of things happening, we should know what's going on. The more we study and hear and see these things happening, we should somewhat be rejoicing that our redemption is coming, that Yahweh Shai is going to return, as the word says that he would, and as the Most High swore to himself. The Most High swore to himself that he would make these things come to pass, and that he would redeem his chosen people, and only his chosen people. It was two lots cast for the world: one lot cast for the heathen, and one lot cast for the chosen people, which would be the Israelites, the chosen people, and the Lord's portion and inheritance. So to check Esther real quick, who was a woman that the Most High placed in power as the queen under Artaxerxes. He even moved out Vashti out of place to get Esther in. So there are point in times where who knows if this lady would have had Katanji Brown Jackson would have had a good track record, and she would stick up for us and so on and so forth. There was one senator lady, I'm not sure, last year or the year before, she was getting interviewed by the FBI, she was interviewing the head of the FBI, and she kind of stuck up for the Hebrews when they were talking about like the Proud Boys and trying to compare us Hebrew Israelites to the Proud Boys. She kind of stepped up and was like, no, the Hebrews are harmless as a dove. She kind of was saying like, we harmless as doves out there. We're not out there trying to climb the walls of the Capitol and look like Spider-Man on the news, shooting people, putting our desk on the feet. We didn't even do that during the Million Man March. A million of us marched on the same area where 3,000 Edomites marched on, and look at the difference. And that's just something for the virtuous sisters to understand, that your power is in your submissiveness, and your power is in your humbleness. And when you do that, as Esther humbled herself and went shamefaced before the king, the Most High used her mightily to help save our people. So verse 7, chapter 16, the editions of Esther, and verse 7. Now ye may see this, as we have declared, not so much by ancient histories as ye may, if ye search what hath been wickedly done of late, through the pestilent behavior of them that are unworthily placed in authority. And that's what's happening right now. We got a lady who's being unworthily placed as one of the highest judges, as the highest court, and one of the highest judges out of the number in all of the land, let alone maybe in all of the world. And so it's a lot of people, Biden, all these different people, they're unworthy of the seat that they sit in, and the Most High chose us to rule by his laws, statutes, and commandments, and by his name. So soon and very soon we're gonna get the opportunity to bring forth justice and judgment to these wicked nations that are raping children, that are keeping us in captivity, that are trying to say that we are some sort of bad type of organization or something like that, when it's totally the opposite. We follow the laws of the Most High, who said, be as harmless as a dove. So I always appreciate the elders teaching us to have decorum and to stay in decency and order, because it starts with the man. So as men, when we begin to live by the law, statutes, and commandments, when we begin to teach that to our wives who are one with us, and then teach it to our children, so that the next generation can come up and stand strong and mighty on thus saith the Lord, then we'll continue to see these changes happening until, as Adol Torah said, that sky crack and Yahweh Shai come in with great glory on the cloud to redeem his people up in them chariots. And with that, I yield.
Real quick, a sister hit me in the back chat, said that the women been leading for long. They've been by themselves and they've been leading for long. So it's hard to deal, you have to have patience when dealing with them, because they've been in a leadership role. And we understand that, sis. We understand that. But now the time is shifting. We definitely got to have patience. We understand that. But the time is shifting. This is wartime now. You see what I'm saying? This is wartime. The scripture tell you in Ecclesiastes in the Bible tells you that there's time for everything. Now this is wartime. You look at Ukraine, it ain't about your PhD. You could have all the education you want. A lot of them women now is fleeing, because they was feminists before, but they're using a women, whatever you want to call it, women status to get the hell out of the country because war is growing. It's the same thing that's going to happen here. We don't believe. So the man is going to have to step up and be that leader regardless. You know what I mean? Because we're going into a different time where it ain't even going to be about your economics, because they cutting off the money system. You know what I mean? They cutting off the money system right as we speak, man. That's why it's right now. For example, you could have a college degree, but what if you're against a vaccine shot, man? What if you're against that? You still got to take that. So how much power do you got in this society? You got to take a shot that you may be against, but you educated, but you still got to confine to their system and what they want you to do. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, this is the time we're living in where women is going to need that leadership. They're going to need that man to provide that leadership. And the man, it's not about might and strength. It's about wisdom and knowledge of the law, because the Bible tells you that the mighty men shall cry bitterly. You see what I'm saying? It ain't just about strength. It's about being protected under the umbrella of the Most High and Yahweh Shai. So, at the end of the day, that man is going to have to step up and lead. I know that you sisters was in leadership for a long time, and the man, this what we talk about, how the devil used this to put you in a position over your man. But now all these things is coming to an end. We in the new age right now. The Most High and Yahweh Shai is changing the dynamics. And it is what it is. All praises. Kwam Yashala.
Khan, all praises. Kwam
Con,
Yasharab.
real quick, quote me out, Charlotte, real quick, and to tap onto what the elders bringing out, right? And that's what's going to happen in these last days, right? Most High is going to put the spirit upon men to start taking leadership, right? All right, certain men, of course, not every man, right, in the nation of Israel, right? Certain men are going to be speaking up, speaking for righteousness, for justice, for what's right, and not going to with the grain. All right, so that's the spirit that's going to be moving, and that's what we need in our nation in these last days, right? We don't need any more weak men. There's a lot of them being brought up from this society in this system. We don't need any of those, right? We understand our sisters have been in place of authority, right? We've been living in a matriarchal society for so long, right? And we've seen the outcome of it. And we understand that in some cases, yes, some of our sisters have no choice. They had to do it on their own, right? And we commend our sisters for going through that, right? And standing up and doing what they had to do. But at the same time, right, the Most High in these last days is going to put the Spirit on certain men to start teaching the righteous ways, to start bringing our men out of our slothful spirit, right? Because that's really what it is. A lot of our men are asleep, man, right? When you read in certain parables, and Yahushua was bringing out like the parables of the wheats and the tears, right? When it says for men with sleep, that's the spirit we're moving in, man. And that was how these damn devil creeped in, right? Because we were all here sleeping, not standing up for righteousness and speaking against evil. All right. And that's how these devils were able to creep in into our nation. and into our society, right? And corrupt our women, right? And laid with our women and brought forth demons unto this earth, man. But if we have men that stand for righteousness, that's not gonna, the chances of that happening is slim as hell, man. If we have men that stayed in their home and raised their own children and love their own wives, right? This is not gonna be happening. We won't be having this conversation right now. All right. So that's what we're teaching our people in these last days, that we need to wake up and stop falling asleep. All right. Lataza, let me see. Lataza, Shalom. Welcome to the stage, King. What you got to add
Shalom,
to the topic, King?
shalom, Yabashim Yashabakata.
Yabashim.
Yeah, basically, just to let me back over what y'all was saying about, standing up for something, you know what I'm saying, and not falling victim to the world, you know what I'm saying, because um when they started putting out that vaccine requirement at my job, you know what I'm saying, people were scattering, everybody was taking it, you know what I'm saying, and I ain't take it. You know what I'm saying? And I was the only person on my job out of 800 employees that didn't take that. You know what I'm saying? And I got fired because of it. Right? So I endured through basically a whole year and some change, right, without a job. Right? And the Most High has blessed, you know, me with ends to meet. You know what I'm saying? So um if you don't have Yahweh Shem Shai in your life, you're not gonna make it through tough decisions like that. And that was a small one. You know, that was a small choice to make. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna have way much more harder decisions to choose if we gonna fall victim to this world, or we gonna stand on our principles and what we believe in. And even though I went through the whole year and still going through it, it's like they have blackballed me. Yo, they have seriously blackballed me everywhere that I apply for a job, medical, non-medical, any type of job, sideline job, custodian, janitor, painter, customer service, any job I apply for, the application is getting denied. You know what I'm saying? So they have blackballed me out there. You know what I'm saying? And I've been applying for jobs since last year. Since 12 months ago, I've been applying every month. So it just go to show you, like, when you stand firm on what you believe in, and you moving with your how about Shem Yahweh Shai, you're gonna have to face the circumstances, and the backlash that comes before it. But like the elders always say, we got to go through the persecution, you know what I'm saying, and we getting tried through the fire, because we gonna have something greater later, like my man Yeshaya said. That's all I wanted to add. Yield the floor.
Con. Actually, let's go to that, man, because we're gonna see a lot of that in these last days, and we got to make a decision. That's a great point, Ak. A lot of our people do not like to be uncomfortable in any way. See, the brother was able to sacrifice, and what's crazy about it now is we don't hear that much about this whole COVID thing anymore, right? We got people went and took the damn shots, right? Even some of them give it to their children, right? And they're not even talking about it as they were. Now it's all about the war in Ukraine and Russia, right? It's always something to keep us, basically blind, man, right? But our people are so quick to make decisions, right? This is why we gotta be careful when we're doing that, right? Just because we want to well, I want to still have this position and make this type of money, right? Sometimes you're gonna have to cut down on your income just so that way you can keep keeping these laws, man. Right? Find creative ways to make other ways of to make money. It doesn't have to be that you have to keep working for people and be on the subjection of these damn Edomites to make a living. Yes, we understand we're in captivity, but Israel, we got to start being creative, man, in this thing called making income, man, and making ends meet, right? We have to, because they're going to put us in positions where we would have to break all kinds of God's laws just to be able, as the time comes near, just to be able to still abide in their society, man, right? But that's a great point the brother brought out. But let's address that real quick. Give me Sirach 2 real quick. All right. Let's just read down just a few verse. All right, we got to be ready and understand that this is going to be, it's going to be worse than what we're seeing right now. All right, I would advise brothers and sisters, start adjusting how you live, man. The only way you will be able to move in the society, first of all, the Most High has to be protecting you, right? But the other thing is, you got to learn to basically do without, right? And stop always indulging and immersing in everything. Everything you got to, that whole spirit of, I want everything. I want a big house. I want to be able to do this, eat 3 square meals, right? I want to be able to go to McDonald's and do it, eat all this junk, man, right? But bring that out. Bring that out real quick. Sirach 2.
Khan, Sirach, chapter 2, and what verse, Valari?
Start at 1. Yeah, start at 1, Baba Shah.
Khan. This is the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 2, and verse 1. My son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation.
Right. Prepare your soul for temptation. Understand that you're going to go through some hell, right? That's the mindset you should have, right? I pray for that mind every single day, man. I pray that the Most High gives me that spirit of endurance, right? Take away that spirit of fear from me, right? Because when certain things start hitting you, right, that's when, and the Most High is going to put you through that. He's going to put every single one of us that proclaim his name, man, right? Because what? He's trying to refine us, and we got to start having a mindset of that. We got to start thinking that way. We got to be prepared and ready for whatever will come our way. Whether it's us being fired from our job because we don't want to take the shots, whether it's us not eating certain food, right, just to get along with our family, right? There's a lot of things we got to be prepared for, right? But read on.
Set thy heart aright, and constantly endure, and make not haste in times of trouble.
Right. Make not haste in time of trouble. That's what we just talking about. So the brother didn't make haste. He didn't say, well, I got to just make the decision. Let me go ahead and get this shot real quick so I can keep working. Right. He said, no, I'm not doing that. The Most High is going to take care of me. And I've always brought this up, man. A lot of our people lack faith. Again, nobody's telling you not to provide for yourself or your family, but let's use wisdom here. Right. Let's put the Most High first in everything that we do. Let's not keep breaking laws and keep making excuses and sound like the Christians and say, well, the Lord knows my heart. Right. I got to do what I got to do. When are we going to stop and snap out of that and start actually doing what we say we teaching? Right? That's the spirit we need to start moving in, man. Right? Read on, verse 3.
Cleave unto him, and depart not away, that thou mayest be increased at thy last
Right.
end.
Cleave unto the Most High. And again, it's talking about what I brought up earlier. We understand what the end of this thing is going to be. Right? We got to be faithful in this walk, man. We got to actually walk the walk, not just talk. Right? That's the spirit we got to be putting and on each other, man. Like proclaiming that spirit. Enough with the excuses, man. Right? A lot of this, and this is going back to the topic with our people. We make excuses. Well, let me just take this position or do this just to justify, right? Just me being able to survive in this wicked ass kingdom, right? Salaki on the word there, right? That's the spirit of a lot of our people moving. And this is why we're still in the position that we're in. This is why you got these damn devil always nominating the wicked of our own nation to high positions, right? Because they know they're not going to care about their people, right? That's horrible when we read those cases and how low of sentences she was giving these people, man. That was ridiculous to me, right? But that's what we're dealing with. And these are the types of people that are put in position of power. And these are the type of people we got to look up to. These are the type of people that are going to help us. Absolutely not. But just going back to the point, man, when we come into this war, we got to have the right mindset about it. Nothing is going to be easy for us. All right. We're going to go through things, but that's how the Most High is refining us, man, and getting us to where we need to be. All right. But with that, I'm going to yield. If you and the audience, you have anything to add to the topic, please raise your hand. Come up to the stage. We're going to be wrapping things up really soon. Um, just to give Israel a heads up. Also, if you got any questions, please come up and we'll be more than happy to build with you. Even if you have an opposing view, we're fine with it. Just stay in order. We're all about edifying our people. No crazy drama up here. All right. So if you want to add on, please come on up. All right. Hey, Shalom, priest. Welcome to the stage, King. Yabashim Yashabakta.
Shalom, y'all.
Shalom, shalom,
Shalom.
shalom. Welcome to Rabbi Shabbat. I had to, Ari, you got me fired up, man. So, hey, man, I don't know if y'all talked about it earlier. I don't know what the conversation, but I kind of heard the tail end of it. And did y'all realize that Biden had like five people, it was like 5 or 6 women on the short list for Supreme Court justice, and like 3 out of the 5 had white husbands. Did y'all mention that? Like
Nah,
they're doing, yeah. If you go back and you look at the short list of women, there was like 5 or 6 women on the stage. I mean, on the list, right? I think like 2 of them are unmarried, and the other 3 all had white husbands, like Kamala. So what is he trying to do? What is he trying to promote? They're trying to promote that sort of agenda. You know what I'm saying? Where they have that separation between, because a lot of the women are going to support her because she is a woman. That's it. Now, I'm not talking about our sisters in the truth. I'm talking about even the world. They're gonna look at them like, oh, it's a woman, it's a black woman. We gotta support her, whatever, whatever. Now realizing she at home taking orders from Zaddy, all right, bending over for Zaddy. I'm sorry, I just gotta say it like it is. Because how in the hell do you have a list of like 5 women and 3 of them got white husbands, and then your so-called vice president, who's not even really a Jamaican anyway, goddamn way, but that's another story. She got a white husband too. So it's clear what the agenda of the Democratic Party is, and the Republican Party is no better. So I don't know. When you said that, I just had to come.
Right. And we can't trust anybody like that. Right. That's what I said. If you have a ordination as a spouse, you are not for your people. There is no way on earth you're going to sit there with a damn white devil and then you're talking about justice for your people, right? Talking about your people coming out of the captivity that they're in and the mindset that they're in. It's not going to happen, right? We also brought up, priest, I don't know how long you've been in the room, but we also brought up the fact that even the case that she that she was over, a lot of them, she gave lesser sentence, all right, to people that were caught in child pornography cases and all these things, man, right? She was justifying the damn wicked and not even giving them anything close to the recommended time by the prosecutors or by the federal requirements for those particular charges, right? So yes, you are right. They vet these women. They go
Con.
through their history and make sure that they're going to be in order and push their own agenda. And we know the history with creepy Joe Biden, right? With his old pedophile self, right? These are things we got to pay attention to, and don't get carried away or overly excited because she's a black woman. We got to get out of that whole thing. And we brought this up earlier. That whole first black thing, we got to get out of it, man, and start looking into these damn leaders that they keep putting in front of us, right? And asking us to vote them in and agree with them or or align ourselves with them, right? It's sad, man, right? It's sad. And we can't be falling for these types of tricks in these last days. We got to wake up as a nation and start using and applying wisdom in how we move as a people, right? So that's all we're teaching our people here, man, right? We're not teaching that a sister cannot be in a position of authority, as in, when I say authority, as in a high position in society here, but it has to be done in order, right? And like Shaul Paul brought up earlier, if you're in that position, you should be seeking to bring the men of your nation up to that position, right?
Uh,
All right.
Salakia.
Nobody, no. Go ahead, Ak. Go ahead. You got it.
Salakia. Yeah, they're grooming our women. Salakia. They're grooming our women to distrust us from the gate, out of the gate. You know what I'm saying? They're grooming our women to be against us from when they are children all the way up until they get in the educational system, and then they're grooming them to be divided against the men in the household. So it's like the women are fighting years and years and years of of brainwashing and colonization and programming. The women are fighting years and years of divisive teaching, and then now they're hearing us, and they're like, it's just cognitive dissonance. So we may have to start over with our children, to be honest. With that, I yield.
Yeah, Khan. Sister Loretta, can you mute up for a second? I'll be right with you.
Salakia, quick precept, brother Ari.
Go ahead, Ak. You got it. Go ahead.
And just as we were talking earlier about uh some of the women nowadays encompassing a man, and being able to get the good job, get the education, whatever it might be, and whatever the case may have you. We got to understand again that the Most High will put some of you, reset, in the position that you're in to help bring up and to help encourage brothers. And I know there's a sister in HOI who would who's helped me to be able to find some good work and so on and so forth. And she's in the position of lady, because she's running things. And sometimes that's what the Most High will do. Like brother Ari said, he might give some of you ladies positions of authority, not so that you can hold the authority or hold it over a man's head, but so that you can help some of the brothers, and be able to rise up above the madness and above the mud and the miry clay that Esau is trying to stick us in, and has been doing it since the time of Esther. And she was a mighty Benjamite who rose up. And then you got Judith, who I believe was a mighty Simeonite who rose up and gutted Holofernes. And the Most High will use you all to do that. But they both did something that was similar, and that's what I wanted to bring out. It would be Judith chapter 9 and verse 1, but I'm gonna jump into 8 and 30, 8 and 32. Then said Judith unto them, hear me, and I will do a thing which shall go throughout all generations to the children of our nation. So throughout all generations, we're gonna remember. We celebrate the feast of Purim. We ought to remember with the mighty virtuous woman Judith did by taking the sword and gutting a general of an army. So he had men that was scared of him, and she was able to be wise as a serpent and a harmless as a dove. So we need our women, our mighty virtuous women, to step up and to be our helpmeets and to support us, and to keep the Lord's statutes and commandments, therefore showing that they love the Most High. And as we brought out earlier, to be covered by their husbands, and those that are not married to be covered by the elders and their brothers. And verse chapter 9 and verse 1, one thing that the mighty virtuous women of the Lord, they would do, Esther the mighty Benjamite, and Judith the mighty Simeonite, what they did, it says here in verse 1, then Judith fell upon her face and put ashes upon her head and uncovered the sackcloth wherewith she was clothed. And about that time, the incense of the evening was offered in Jerusalem in the house of the Lord. And Judith cried with a loud voice and said, verse 2, O Lord, God of my father Simeon, to whom thou gavest a sword to take vengeance of the strangers who loosened the girdle of a maid to defile her, and discovered that the thigh to her shame, and polluted her virginity to her reproach. For thou saidest, it shall not be so, and yet they did so. So we need some women to do that, man. We need some women to pray for us. We need some women to cover their heads, and make sure that they understand the order, and the way that the Most High set it up was in decency and order from the beginning. First came Adam, and then came Eve, or not necessarily specifically like that, but you understand, the woman was given unto the man. And so we need women to step up and do some things like Judith and like Esther, especially the ones that are in power, and not to be like this wicked Katanji Brown Jackson, who's letting pedophiles get off, and is getting the praise of the nation for that matter. So we as men, we respect and we honor the weaker vessel, because that's what we commanded to do. God brings up the mighty men of the Lord, and brings us forth to do His work. We need that support and that structure at home to be able to have peace, because we in a world at war right now, spiritually, and now you see in the physical, the world is jumping into a war. So it's mighty women that can do mighty things, and it starts with being shamefaced and covering your head, and just being humble. So no matter what your position is, always try to help the brothers out, because that's what the women was set forth to do, was to be our helpmeets. And with that, I yield.
Con. Water for that, water for that precept. Yes, you can see in the scriptures we got a great example of righteous women that did not just think of themselves, right? Like the example with Judah that the brother brought out, right? Sister Esther too, right? Different example of righteous women that were doing things in righteousness that thought about the Most High God first and their nation, right? And that's the spirit that we want our sisters to start moving in, right? And we understand some of our sisters in the truth right now are definitely doing that and they striving for that, right? And we thank you, sisters, for doing that, right? Just like the brothers are out there on the highways and byways doing their thing, right? The sisters are playing their own part, right? To bring this back together. Because again, it's all about unity, right? We can't do it without each other, right? We need each other to get this thing back in order, right? To get our nation back in order. Like the elder said, we're building our nation now, right? Through the spirit of the Most High Yahweh Bashim Yahushua, right? So, but anyways, Sister Loretta, welcome to the stage. You see the topic, you hear the conversation. What do you got to add to the build, sis? The floor is yours. Sister Loretta, you there? You got to unmute. Click on your unmute, please. Okay, the sister might be away from her phone. Um, but anyways, con. All right, so if you in the audience, you have anything to add to the conversation, please raise your hand. Come up to the stage real quick before because we're gonna probably be shutting the room down pretty soon. But before we do that, click on the greenhouse above our head here. If you become a member of the room, that way when we have topics like this or other topics, you can get notification on what we're talking about, and you can join the room. Also, follow the mods on stage. All right, follow each other in the audience. Follow the brothers and sisters that are bringing out the wisdom, knowledge, understanding. All right, and throughout for everybody that is added on to the conversation, we appreciate you. All right, throughout to the priest for coming up and adding to the build. All right, yeah, this is a really great topic, great room. These are things that we definitely need to be talking about in these last days because we don't have time as much time as we think we do. A lot of us are looking at things and saying, well, these hasn't happened, that hasn't happened. But Yahweh can do anything at any time, right? He can speed up the time a lot faster if he decides to do it today, right? So let's not get caught basically out here, with lack of a better word, with our pens down, man. We got to be on top of this thing, right? And this is what we're trying to teach our people and wake up our people to. All right. Again, we thank the sisters that are out here doing the work, right? Supporting the nation, right? They already know their duties as a woman, as a wife, as a sister, right? In our nation. And they focusing on that, right? And again, the same thing applies to our men. We have to be doing, we the leaders of our community and of our nation. And we need to be that example to our sisters, right? So, but anyways, all praises to the Most High. I'm gonna yield back to the stage if anybody else have anything to add on. Hey, Shaw Paul, you there? Con. All right, we're gonna give just a few more minutes. If anybody else don't have anything to add on, we're gonna go ahead and shut things down. Again, this was a really great room. Hopefully, you guys took notes, wrote down some of the scriptures, also the articles. Probably, hopefully, you added that to your notes. Also, you can always go back and review them later. But like the priest was saying earlier, man, there is an agenda behind these things, man. Right? And brothers brought that up earlier that there's a reason why they choose certain people. All right, we need to start paying attention to that, right? And not get cut up in all that excitement of who the person is. All right. So yeah, if anybody
Hey,
go
Ari.
ahead, Nishad. You got something to add on?
Yeah, just I remember you saying that before you and your brother, or I think it was your family, came over to America, they asked you a series of questions, and those questions are usually like psychological questions, right? The same, the type of questions that they're asking those questions to see how you think. And some people just know how to answer the questions in a way where they won't come off as standoffish to the system. But they do the same thing for like all government officials and even police officers. Because I know people, back when I was in the world, that talked about the test that they had to take to be like the psychological test that they had to take to become police officers. And even back then, I remember I was like 20 some years old. Even back then, I was thinking to myself, they're only testing you to see if you're a coon or not. You know what I'm saying? They're really only testing you to see if you're drunk off the wine, as the scriptures say. Basically if you're engulfed in the philosophies that they program you with. And so it's just adding to and let me backing off of what you just said. They they know who they're gonna pick. They already know because you're gonna have a track record that proves that you're on their side and you don't give a damn about your people.
Con. Yeah, I remember it like it was yesterday, man. An old Edomite just sat there looking at us, eating peanuts, man. Looking at us saying, what are you guys, what are you gonna be when you guys get over there? What do you guys plan on doing? And I remember me and my brother we looked at each other and we're like, hey, we play soccer for America, and you know, because we didn't know any better, right? Because again, like I said, they just vetting to make sure that you're not gonna come over here and push any agenda that has to do with you or for the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans here, right? You say anything talking about you're gonna come here and support that or fight for that or set up anything that is opposing to their system, that visa is definitely getting declined, man.
Hey,
You're not coming
Salakia,
anywhere
Ari,
near the country. Go ahead, Doc.
you were saying like they were when you came to America, what? You were saying that they were trying to interrogate you.
Yeah, no. I was saying when my because my mother, myself, and my younger brother and one of my older sister, we were the first one to come to this country, right? So part of the process of you even getting the visa to come here, because I don't know
I
if you know, some people know,
Yeah, because
I
I
lived in
said all
Atlanta.
that because they did that to me. They
Oh, they
did
did
that
it.
to me. Oh, Salakia, what you talking? It's just it's a lot of poor connection.
Nah, you good, King. Go ahead. You got it. I was just elaborating on the point that yes, they vet you even through that process heavily to make sure that you're not going to come here and be doing anything that is against the system. But go ahead. Go ahead and bring out your.
Yeah, they were doing that to me and my mother at the time, especially if you come from like another kingdom from the islands or like South America. They're very on you on that. But if you come from like one of these like Edomite European, like they don't show that. But I remember one time because I'm not from here, so I had to go to Canada to take a flight to Cuba, and so when I was on my way back, they did a heavy interrogation. Because I was taking a bus from Canada but back to the state, and they were doing like heavy interrogation. Like they thought like we were like terrorists, like those were like the type of questions they were doing that with me, and I think it was like a Guatemalan too, but everybody else was like Caucasian persuasion. It was it was weird.
Con. Yeah, if they have any hint that you're Israel, right, or you for your people over here, no, man, they're not gonna. You're not gonna come into this country, right? They're gonna decline that whole visa and send you right back to where you're from or where you live in, right? So yeah, this is nothing new. Again, this is part of the crafty council, right? This is all about separating us as a people, as a nation, men from the women, right? And we brought that up earlier
You know, that this is nothing new at all, right? So all we're doing again is teaching our people to wake up out of the sleep, right? That we in, man, and understand that we're dealing with a crafty serpent, right? And they'll do anything to keep their society going, because that's really what it's about, right? This is why they have different agendas all around the world, to keep their agenda going. But go ahead, Ak, you got it.
No, that I was gonna say, like the white man, he has institutions like for to keep his society rolling. Like here's what I get. You know, and Shalom. I just kind of jump real quick, you know, because that was the to the Akim and Aqua. I just jumped because that's
You good?
very true what you said. So, but what was I gonna say? The white man, he knows he has institutions set in place. So I get a very frustrated with Jake sometimes that are very content. Like the white man is over here trying to shoot for the sky, and we over here banging for some dimes, you know, and it's stupid. But yeah,
Con Ak, let me get Revelations real quick. Let's add a couple of scriptures into this real quick. This conversation. Revelation 12.
Khan, start.
Right, just start at 11. Let's start at 11.
Khan. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 12 and verse 11. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony, and they love not their lives unto death.
Right. What is this talking about? The righteous of our nation, man. Right? We overcame these damn devil, what? By the blood of Yahushua. Right? And by what? The testimony. What's the testimony? The scriptures, man. Right? And we put our life over death. Right? What's that? Revelations 2 and 10. We did not fear what these damn kingdom would do against us, or what kind of prosecution they would put upon us. Right? We understood the God that we serve. But read on.
Khan. Verse 12. Therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them, and woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea. For the devil is come down to you unto you having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time.
Right. These devils know they have a very short time to rule. Right. So they will do everything that they can to keep their kingdom going. Right. To be in rulership, to control the masses, whatever it takes, whether it's COVID delusion, whether it's war within Ukraine and Russia. Right. Anything to keep us in derision, man, and just keep us bonded in the position that we're in as a nation of people. Right? They understand they don't have that much time. They will use women against men. They will use young against old. They will use dark skin, like we brought up earlier, against light skin. Will do whatever it takes, nations against nations, to keep things going. All right. And this is what we're teaching against, and this is what we're trying to wake up our people from, man. Right? These devils know they have a very short time, so they will do whatever it takes. Right? And like I said earlier, it's going to get worse. They're going to stop prosecuting people for this truth, right? This has happened in the past, man. There's nothing new under the sun, right? They did this to the prophets, to the apostles, to the man of God, man. The same is going to happen in these last days, man, right? They're going to do everything to stay hidden, right? It's that same spirit, man, that vagabond that keeps hiding amongst either the nations or hiding in their philosophies and their way of thinking, hiding under their doctrines, hiding everything, man, right? To keep their wicked beast system going, right? But that's all going to come to naught in these last days. The Most High is going to reveal them for who they truly are, that they are the damn devil that the Bible speaks of, man. Right? This is why, brothers and sisters, I beg you to stay strong in this truth. Do not fall off, man. Keep enduring to the end, right? Keep praying and fasting. Do whatever it takes to stay in the spirit. Do not let that spirit of slothfulness come amongst you, man. Right? Always congregate with your brothers and sisters. I don't care if you, while you're working, listen to the word of the Most High. Listen to the brothers that are bringing out these scriptures, the sisters that are helping you if you're a sister and a child, man. That's what we need to be focusing on. And then don't get tricked by these little trick bags they keep throwing on our way, man. Right? We're putting black women in the place of authority, making us think that we've got something good from that. Right? But anyways, we're going to be wrapping things up in a few more minutes. Israel, if you have anything to add to the topic, please raise your hand, come up to the stage. All right, just stay in order, and we'll definitely build with you and reason with you. All right, because and also if you have any questions in regards to the topic or any question in general in the scriptures, come up to the stage. Right, and through the spirit of the Most High Yahweh Ba'ashim Yahweh Shai, we'll be able to edify you and give you more insight and understanding on the scripture you might have questions about. All right, we got a few more minutes. We're going to be wrapping things up. All right, we got HOY, we got our Passover coming soon. Brothers and sisters, we're trying to get ready for that. And we're doing other things within the work itself. Okay. We try to stretch this room as long as we can and address anything that needs to be brought up. So if you do have anything to add on, please raise your hand, come up to the stage. And again, the water for everybody for listening. This was a great room. Beautiful, beautiful topic picked by the brother Shaw Paul. Yeah. With that, I'm gonna yield to the panel if anybody else wants to add on. Go ahead, El.
Taz, what's up, Taz? Taz, I guess
God,
he.
shalom, shalom, shalom.
What's going on?
Shalom.
What's going
What's
on?
good, Elder? What's good, Elder?
Shalom.
Shalom. Yeah, man, just pushing through, man. Just pushing through. That's it. That's it. Just pushing through, man. Just keeping the faith, man, and just staying in the spirit. I'm saying.
Khan, that's a fact, man. That's the mindset and the spirit we got to be in, man. You know, it's a lot going on, man. A lot going on, Israel. All right, but we're gonna
Salakia,
go. Go ahead, Al. Go ahead. You got it.
Elder. Salakia, Elder.
Shalom. What's
Yeah,
up, Al?
yeah. So I had to get the lawyer to pursue the case against the job, right? And my lawyer said when he put the case in court, the judge yelled at him, right? He said the judge yelled at him, didn't even let him say a word, and dismissed the case. He didn't even want to hear it. Ain't that
Wow.
something?
About Israel, right, Taz?
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. You know, and to the point where even the scholar that interviewed me and proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the religious uh observance was sincerely held. He ain't even let him even produce none of that stuff. He just straight threw it out. Straight threw it out.
Wow. Wow,
Yeah.
man. That's crazy, Taz.
Yeah. So that's the stuff we gotta go through. You know what I mean? Like we gotta go through that, man. We gotta go through that persecution, man. You know, and they get away scot free, for now. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, just wanted to add that.
Yeah, that's crazy, Taz. Yeah, this is what it is, man. This is the devil. I mean, on last segment or yesterday, we was talking about that, man. How they change laws to benefit for themselves, man. You can never trust these devils, man. You know what I
Right,
mean? They do what they want to do.
right. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Khan. Yo, Taz, that's wicked as hell, man.
Yeah.
That's straight madness. Hey,
All
what else
praises.
do you expect, man?
God, this
You
is
can't
crazy.
expect anything else from these devils, man.
You're right.
Con. Hey, yo, Taz. Hey, man.
God.
People like Tamario be saying, you got to look for justice within the system. You got to get justice from within the system we already got. Like how?
Right. Right.
I had a made an attempt at a lawsuit too last year around this same time, and it was just like you just can't really get no justice because they was all in bed together, and it was
Right.
just what I'm saying, like how you really what I'm saying, this look, man, oppression make a wise man mad. You know what I'm saying? And just people that think they not oppressed, of our persuasion that think they're not oppressed.
You're going in and out a little bit. But hey, but this sister here, right? She's literally in bed with them, man, with the damn enemy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, damn husband is a damn Edomite. You can't trust anyone like that and think they're gonna do anything for you, man. Con. Go ahead.
Yeah, Khan, and just like Priest Daniela brought out, they all of them the elected black women that's in them positions, they all with white men and they all with weird white men. They all weird looking. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a profile that they have to have. Like you got to be with a crazy weirdo white man. You know what I mean? You got to be a high level coon or you ain't getting selected.
Con. Yeah, they married the weirdest looking ones, man. Let me see. I'm gonna put it back up here. The link. It showed her husband. He looked weird as hell. All right. Yeah, if you don't meet those standards, yeah, you're not gonna be in any position of authority at all. You could just forget it. It's not happening, right? And she's the type of sister that would throw the book on her own people, right? Then she's gonna remember the law and what the requirements are for certain cases. Just straight madness, man. But anyways, we're gonna go ahead and kind of wind things down, shut this down. Um, all right. Nobody have it, anybody else don't have any questions, anything to add to the topic? All right. Again, throw out to everybody for being part of the room. We appreciate y'all. Please do not forget to follow the room. Click on the greenhouse above our head. Follow the room so when we set up rooms again like this, you can be part of the build. All right. Again, throw out for everybody for adding to the conversation. This was a great room. Israel, love the Most High God, right, and love your own people. Right. Let's follow the scriptures. Let's be about this life. All right. Society tells us that we can be together with these other nations and love everybody. Love is love. That's not what the Bible says. All right. We got to follow what the scripture says. We don't have to be killing anybody or beating people up, but we need to separate from them. Right. Yahweh Shai and the Most High God would do the beating. Right. And even men of Israel. Right. But that has to be done in due time. Right. So, we're not here promoting that you go attack the Edomite or anything like that. We're just promoting that you separate from these other nations, love your own people, right? Do not get caught up in anything that they offering you. It's not going to help us as a nation, right? Especially if it's a position where you don't even have control of what to do or what's going on in the system itself. All right. But with that, all honor and glory to the Most High Yahweh, our Bashima, our Shai, our power, the God of Israel, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? Throughout everybody for adding on to the build. All right, on to the next one. Kumi Asha'ala Israel. We still got next. Keep enduring. Matthew 24:13 on to the end. All right. Shalom.
So
Shalom, Yasha Allah.
Shalom,
Shalom.
Yasharala.
Show me Yasharala.